You ready? I'd like to call this meeting to order. Are there any declarations of interest? I'm declaring a declaration of interest, and I'll relinquish the chair to Councillor Sentence when we do the public meeting, because I live within the commenting boundary zone. Adoption of the agenda. I have a mover, Councillor Longo, and a seconder, Councillor Wilson, that council approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adoption of the minutes. Moved by Councillor Kenny, seconded by Councillor DeRose, that council approve the minutes as presented. Are there any errors or omissions? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Mayor's report. On Sunday, November 21st, the Pew House, located at 18 South Street in Port Robinson, was designated under the Ontario Heritage Act, becoming the 54th site to be designated in the City of Thorold. Thank you, Mary DeKaiser and David Tuffert, for reaching out to Heritage Thorold, LACAC, approximately 3 years ago to initiate the process. Having your home designated under the Ontario Heritage Act will preserve the rich history of the property. Thank you, Heritage Thorold Chair Craig Finley and the entire committee, for your leadership and dedication to heritage preservation in our great city. Councillors Neal and Sentence, Regional Councillor Whalen, and MP Vance Badaway were also in attendance. The Beaverlock Farms Minor Hockey Tournament, hosted by the TAA November 19th to 21st, was a very successful event. All four divisions were full. Two Thorold teams, under 11 and under 18, made it to the championship final. That being said, all four Thorold Blackhawk teams, under 11 through under 18, played extremely well and should be congratulated. Thank you to all the volunteers who made the tournament a major success. The Merrittville Speedway Giving Back event, held on Saturday, November 20th, was also extremely successful. Thank you to Lorraine and Don Speece, also racing fans, teams, and sponsors who all contributed in making the gift giveaway possible. On Tuesday, November 23rd, I was invited to speak at the Thorold Leaders Prayer Breakfast at Club Capri. Councillor Neal, Councillor Sentence, and Regional Councillor Whalen were also in attendance. The event was well attended. The keynote speaker was Terence Shilstra, and this year's theme was Peace of the City. On Tuesday, November 23rd, we held a flag-raising ceremony at City Hall with Positive Living Niagara to recognize AIDS Awareness Week. 2021 marks 40 years since the start of the still ongoing AIDS epidemic. The raising and flying of the flag is an opportunity to enhance public awareness of HIV/AIDS. It ignites conversation and understanding around the stigmas related to HIV/AIDS and acts as a symbol of support, solidarity, recognition for those living with the HIV/AIDS in the Niagara region. Councillors Neal and Sentence, Regional Councillor Whalen, CAO Manoj Dawaria, City staff, and Mutsa Mukaramba from Positive Living Niagara were all in attendance. Also on November 23rd, CAO Manoj Dalwaria and I met with Brock University Interim President Lynn Wells, Executive Director of Government and Community Relations Megan Rusnell, and Director of Student Life and Community Experience Brad Clark to have preliminary discussions regarding our bylaw enforcement cost concerns. We will be hosting a follow-up meeting in the coming weeks. On Friday, November 26th, I attended a check presentation to Community Care totaling $1,000. $5,000 from Donnelly's Pub from their Thanksgiving dinner fundraiser, and $250 each from Donnelly's Pub and a Canadian Corps Unit 44 from the Two Blues music event held at the Corps on October 15th and 17th. These two checks were donated in honor of Tim Sennett, founder of the Canal Bank Shuffle Blues Festival, to Community Care at his family's request. On Tuesday, November 30th, I attended a grand opening ribbon cutting for Create a Beauty at 16 Front Street South. CEO Jeff Alford spoke about the impact of our downtown revitalization had on their decision to locate in Thorold. Councillors Neal and Sentence, Regional Councillor Whalen, Economic Development Manager Marco Marino, Tessa Bonacore, and Carrie Giroux were also in attendance. Our Town and Gown Subcommittee met on November 17th and December 1st. We continue to work hard with our community partners and are seeing significant improvements as a result of these efforts. On Thursday, December 2nd, I attended the South Niagara Chambers of Commerce Mayor's Fall Update series where I presented. This was a 1-hour session that began with a PowerPoint presentation followed by a question and answer period. Thank you, Marco Marino, Economic Development Manager, for putting the PowerPoint presentation together. Also, thank you, Dolores Fabiano, Executive Director of the South Niagara Chambers of Commerce, for the invitation to present, and event moderator, Vern Malone. The same day, I swore in the newly elected Thorold Senior Citizens Association executive. Congratulations to new and returning executive members and their new president, Rick Westlake. The meeting was very well attended and was followed by their Christmas luncheon catered by Donnelly's Pub. On Saturday, December 4th, I attended the Friends of Beaver Dams Church wreath hanging, carols, and food drive event at the church in Beaver Dams. Also in attendance was Councillor Neal and Town Crier Tony Vandermess, who opened the ceremony. The Great Holiday Food Drive will take place this Friday, December 10th, and the Food Drive Express will be at Foodland in Pine Plaza on that day from 1 to 1:30 p.m. There will also be food donation barrels at City Hall and Public Works until December 16th. This is Community Care's largest food drive of the year. Let's step up once again as a community like we always do. Port Robinson will be hosting Santa Claus is Coming to Port Robinson on Sunday, December 12th from 1 to 3. Santa and his helpers will be traveling through the streets of Port Robinson, collecting non-perishable food items, following all public health safety measures. Please visit Port Robinson Proud Facebook page for a list of all the planned Christmas activities in Port Robinson, and there are many. The Festival of Lights will be happening once again this year with the city partnering with the Santa Claus Parade Committee. It runs from December 3rd till 31st. These lights will be throughout the downtown area and City Hall. Light displays can be found on the interactive map posted on the city website. Residents can participate by submitting their own display photos to the Festival of Lights contest. Go to thorold.ca/events for further information and details. The BIA has also installed some beautiful displays in the downtown area. Another event is Skate and Meet Santa, a free event on Saturday, December 18th at the Thorold Community Arenas. Skating, hot chocolate, and pictures with Santa. Pre-register online. Information and registration can be found at thorold.ca/events. Holiday skates free from December 27th till January 7th. Again, visit thorold.ca/events for scheduled details. Other online activities will also be available for downloading. Our Shop Local campaign has begun, and it coincides with the holiday shopping season as well as our Festival of Lights. It is especially important this year as our small businesses have been severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. For example, shops, restaurants, and service industry, and they need our support. A great way to do this is patronize these businesses during the upcoming holiday season. The flag at City Hall was lowered to half-mast yesterday, as it does every year, in recognition of the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. It has been 32 years since the murder of 14 young women at Polytech Montreal. The act of violence, misogyny, shook our country and led Parliament to designate December 6th as the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. Flu shots are now available across Niagara. physicians and participating pharmacies are receiving flu vaccine, please contact them for details or to arrange an appointment. As well, the province is expanding booster dose eligibility for the COVID-19 vaccine to 50 and over beginning December 13th, when you can book your appointment if you qualify. Please visit the provincial website or Niagara Regional website for further details, including the opening up of vaccine availability to children ages 5 to 12. And that's the end of my mayor's remarks. Now I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Sentence for the public meeting. Go ahead, Councillor Sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is for proposed draft zoning bylaw amendment application, 1970 DQ Road. The opening remarks and purpose for the meeting. This public meeting is being held pursuant to the provisions of Section 34 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13 as amended. The applicant has submitted a zoning bylaw amendment application to rezone the subject property to facilitate the development of the lands for an apartment building. Council will receive and consider all comments received at the public meeting. No decisions on the application is being made this evening. If Council passes a bylaw under Section 34 of the Planning Act, any of the following, no later than 20 days after the City gives notice, may appeal the decision by filing with the City the notice of appeal that must set out the reasons for the appeal accompanied by the tribunal's fee. The applicant or a person or body who before the bylaw was passed made oral submissions at the public meeting or written submissions to Council and the Minister. And for our first presenter, we have Dan Romanko from Better Neighborhoods Inc. Welcome, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council, and any neighbors that may be in attendance. My name is Dan Romanko. I'm a planner with Better Neighborhoods. I'm here on behalf of the owner. I do have a brief presentation to share if I'm able to, and I'd like to do so now, just to introduce the project. Okay, trust everyone can see that. So just in terms of some site context, this property 1970 DQ has frontage along DQ Road. It's near the intersection of Richmond and DQ. It is one of 3 larger parcels of land within the urban area. Each of approximately 1 acre in size. We have done a number of preliminary studies. We've got archaeological clearance for the property. A traffic study was prepared, and some geotechnical studies were done as well. One of the findings from the geotechnical was that the groundwater is about 1.5 meters below the surface in some cases under wet periods. And so it's worth mentioning this just to give you some background in terms of some of the site constraints we were working with. Also worth mentioning that we had, the owners had approached neighbors with regards to acquiring adjacent properties to do a more fulsome development. But at the time, there was no interest in pursuing that. So we're left with a relatively deep lot with a narrow frontage, and it's provided some context for the proposed development that you'll see here. So what is being proposed is a 4-story, 45-unit residential apartment with condominium tenure. The majority of those units are 1-bedroom units. There are 9 2-bedroom units. They range in sizes from about 550 square feet to about 1,000 square feet. So they're fairly modest in size. And the intent of that is to cater to a more affordable portion of the housing market. We're providing 65 parking spaces, 28 within the building, another 37 at grade behind the building. The building has been sited to maximize compatibility and also improve the urban design so that there's a front door that addresses the street and the future sidewalk proposed there. There's also a pergola and patio area out front with a little barbecue to serve as an amenity space for residents and their guests. As I mentioned earlier, the limited frontage has made it so that we are seeking some reductions in landscaping. Not to say that it's deficient in the sense that we can't enhance the landscaping to provide buffering, but we are seeking some just to provide vehicular access and emergency access to the main entrance there at the back. So the proposal contemplates a rezoning application, which is the application before you, to an R4B zone. These are some conceptual drawings that have been prepared by the architect. You'll see the pergola in the top left one that I was referring to, a bit of amenity space there. Quite nice architecture, high quality materials. In the lower left corner, you'll see the entrance to the at-grade garage, which is hidden within the building. And you get a sense of the garbage enclosures there, which are the Moloch enclosures, to provide a more aesthetic way of dealing with garbage as well as odor prevention as part of that program. So in summary, we've gone through a number of iterations, in fact, 2 pre-consultations meetings with staff to get to this point. And we believe we have a very good siting of the building that addresses the compatibility concerns and provides good urban design. Some of the principles inherent to that are that we are hiding the cars from purview from the street and providing greater separation from the existing homes in the area. We're providing more parking than is required in accordance with the zoning. 65 stalls where 57 are required for the 45 units. The building is within walking distance to bus route, multi-use pathway, employment, parks, institutional uses, and it conforms to the official plan policy set out in the city's official plan. As I mentioned earlier, the proposal will add more affordable housing to the existing neighborhood, as well as providing housing options that are not available. And it will be a majority of 1-bedroom units with a mix of 2-bedroom as well. So in our opinion, this application represents good use of the land within the urban area where there's already services existing, and we believe this is a good proposal for the city of Thorold. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for the presentation. Now, do we have any questions from council for the presenter? Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Councillor Sentis, thank you. Daniel, how are you going to address the shallow water table that you discussed? You stated about a shallow water table, 1.5 meters. How do you address that? Are you bringing in more dirt?
Through you through the chair to Councillor, with regards to that question, just to provide an overview, the reason why we didn't do underground parking was because of the higher water table here, which would require expensive measures to waterproof. So that's the reason the parking has been incorporated within the building. So all that is required is frost footings. So it's essentially a slab on grade building. And that's the reason we went to this format.
So you won't be bringing in any dirt?
No excessive dirt is required, no.
Okay. Do you think this build might end up attracting more student housing than anything?
Through the chair, the building design and condominium tenure are not geared towards students at all. While you can't discriminate against anybody who lives in proposed housing, I can say that it's very unlikely that you're going to have students living here.
Thank you, Daniel.
Any more questions, Councillor Dorose?
Thank you, Councillor Sentence. I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Neal?
Thank you very much, Councillor. Two questions. Since I can't make any statements right now, I will at a later date. How many R4B buildings are in the neighborhood?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are none in the immediate vicinity that I'm aware of.
Thank you very much. Second thing, what's across the street from your development? Is it an environmental, natural area?
Through the chair, yes, there's a natural area that is adjacent to the waterway, the pond.
So would you say the area is more designed with R1 designations than R4 designations?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure I understand the question.
I mean, the area is environmentally sensitive, and all the accommodations are basically R1s, and now you want to put an R4 along in a sensitive section of our community. Your building would be more in tune to being downtown Thorold than there. Anyways, I'll reserve my comments for a later time.
If I may address the concern, I think the concern is with regards to whether or not there's any stormwater implications to the natural features within the area. And there has been a requirement to enhance the quality of stormwater as it discharges. But with relation to the density of R1 or R4, I really see no net impact from either zoning determination, because we are required to have a net neutral impact runoff for stormwater in that regard.
I disagree with you, but I'll reserve my comments.
Any more questions, Councillor Neal? You good? Councillor Kenny?
My only question would be that is Daniel going to stick around? I know I think we have about 30 residents that are going to speak, and I might want to ask some questions after they speak. Is that possible under the process, or do we have to reserve the questions for later?
I'm not sure. Joanne? Yeah, you can stick around. Can you stick around, Daniel?
Certainly can.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you, Daniel, for the presentation, and we'll move on to Paul Klassen, Senior Planner, for his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just give me a moment here.
Sure.
So you should be able to see my slideshow. So in light of Dan covering, a lot of the providing a pretty good overview, I'm going to go into a little bit more of the technical side of the proposed amendment, just so that everyone kind of understands what's being asked for here. So in order to facilitate this proposal, the applicant would be required to amend the zoning bylaw that's in effect right now, and the pending zoning bylaw 60/2019 that's only partially in effect right now. So under the bylaw that you see on the screen, zoning bylaw 2140/97, for which the residential zones still apply to this property. It's a change from R1A to R4B, residential first density, to residential fourth density that's proposed. And there are some site-specific provisions that are being requested in the proposed R4B zone. So those are on the screen right now. There's a minimum lot area per dwelling unit requirement under the R4B zone. And this proposal would propose a reduction in that figure from 130 meters squared to 80 meters squared. An interior side yard requirement is for half of the building height as well. And on the west side of the site, on the west side of the site, which is abutting the vacant property to the west, they're proposing a 3-meter setback. In terms of minimum landscaped open space, Dan had mentioned that before. They were proposing a slight reduction. So it's a reduction from 30% to 20%. And there's a planting strip requirement in the R4B zone as well, around the borders of property. And on the west side, there's a reduction proposed from 1.5 meters to 0.7 meters. So as I mentioned, the practice of the city has been to amend both the bylaw that's currently in effect and the pending bylaw as well as it relates to residential zones. So in the terminology in the new bylaw would be, if approved by the OLT, would be R1A single detached being rezoned to R4B apartment and long-term care facility. So I think some of the public comments that had come in, there might have been a little bit of confusion around that terminology. So the R4B zone permits both types of buildings, whether they be used for long-term care or an apartment. In this case, it's an apartment that's being proposed through this application. So some of the site-specific provisions that would be required under the, or actually all of them, sorry, required under the new bylaw. They're slightly different under both bylaws. There's a similar minimum interior side yard setback reduction. Same thing in terms of open space, reduction from 30 to 20%. Same thing in terms of the planting and buffer strip reduction. There's actually a density requirement in the new, the pending zoning bylaw, and the density is proposed to increase from the maximum of 85 units per hectare to 112 units per hectare with this proposal. So there's a few more general and or parking provisions that would be amended regardless of which bylaw, or sorry, I should phrase that differently. So these provisions would apply regardless of the residential zones of the old bylaw being in effect. These provisions, these reductions include a reduction, actually, this is for the pergola that was mentioned earlier. Typically, those type of accessory structures aren't permitted between a building and a street. So this structure is proposed at 3.5 meter setback from DeQ Road, and it's between the street line and the building. There's also a proposed reduction to the driveway where I guess it's at the north end of the proposed building, where the driveway would taper from the required 7 meters to 5.5 meters. And this one I don't think was identified in the applicant's application, but I conducted a review and there would be a requirement for a loading space, and it doesn't look like one is currently proposed. So we might have to discuss that one with the applicant to see if that's the intent to move forward with that reduction from 1 loading space to 0 loading spaces. So I just have a quick graphic of the process yet to come in this application. So we're at the public meeting stage right now, and we'll be hearing oral submissions tonight. All of the oral submissions made tonight will be incorporated into staff's recommendation report. Staff will prepare that recommendation report after this public meeting, and all the written submissions received up until the report is due will be incorporated as well. And we don't have a date for when this will go to council, but shortly after this public meeting, we'll start scheduling that. And then once it's brought to a subsequent council meeting, the recommendation report will cause council to make a decision. And then there's also an opportunity for people to delegate at that council meeting in accordance with the procedural bylaw. So I hope I introduced myself earlier, but I'm Paul Clausen, and I can be contacted via this information. And there's also a link on this page to the materials that were submitted as part of the application. So please reach out to me if you have any questions, and I'm free to answer any questions of council.
Thank you very much for the demonstration there, Paul. Any questions from council? Councilor DeRose, you're up.
Thank you, Councillor Sentence, through you. Thank you, Paul. Paul, how many zoning bylaw amendments can you possibly have?
How many?
Yeah, because I've never, in my 3 years on council, I've never seen that many in one project being asked to amend. Maybe it's just, maybe I'm incorrect, but can you help me out?
There's no limit through you, Mr. Chair. There's no limit to the number of different provisions the applicant can ask for relief from. It's simply a matter of incorporating them into the bylaw, and council and staff to evaluate each one. There's no limit.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Councilor DeRose?
Thank you, Councillor Sentence. No.
Okay, Councilor Decker?
Thank you, Councillor Sentence. I'm not sure, Paul, if this question is for you, but I guess my question is, the applicant who purchased that property purchased it knowing that it was a residential vacant land property, and now they come to council because they want to now change it from residential to building an apartment. Is that sort of what the premises is of that, or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, that seems to be how it's gone. I can't say for sure whether the owner knew about the current zoning before they purchased it or not, but they are applying to rezone the property for that apartment building.
Is that a common practice for somebody to purchase vacant land knowing that a single dwelling, needs to be built on that property? And then I guess their hopes are that they can just say, now I want to build an apartment building?
I think that's what the process that we're in right now is designed to figure out. We're going to evaluate whether it's appropriate. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to whether it's a common practice. I think these type of lots are seen as infill opportunities. So that could be why it seems that there's always increases being proposed.
Okay, thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilor Neal?
Thank you, Councillor Sentence. A quick question. Is this normally compatible in this area? Would you say it's a normal compatibility by changing it from an R1 to an R4 in this specific area? I'm not talking about anywhere else.
So I'm going to be providing a recommendation report that'll go into a lot more detail on our policies. And at this point, I'm not able to answer the question of whether it's compatible. I really have to do a detailed review, and that would involve input from council and from residents that we're hearing tonight and that I continue to receive through written submissions. So until I have all the information I need, I can't answer that question for you, Councillor.
Thanks for your comments.
Anyone else with any questions? No, seeing none. Okay, thank you, Paul. I hope you're sticking around too for questions after if somebody has some. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, now at this time, is there anyone online who wishes to speak on the applications received? Please indicate to the clerk your desire to speak. Yep.
So to the speakers of the public meeting, through the City of Thorold's procedure bylaw, you will have 5 minutes to speak, each of you. So once Councillor Sentence calls your name, I will switch you over to the meeting so they can see you and you can speak, and then you'll have 5 minutes beginning then.
Okay, thank you. So the first person I have on the list is Nicola Pizzacalla. Are you here? Is she on? Oh, okay.
Councillor Sentence, I do see Nicholas speak, but I think they just have to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Oh,
Hi, can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's Nicholas Pizzacalla. How are you tonight?
Good, how are you?
Very good. Can you hear me and see me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Yes, all right. Just a few comments. My name is Nicholas Pizzacalla. I'm speaking on behalf of the Pizzacalla Group and Pizzacalla family. I was trained as a lawyer, and we've had property in town since about 1950, including 1972 DQ Road. Like everybody, we're curious and we're concerned. We know that area, first and foremost, is an environmental area, and it was agricultural. I know that gentleman came in and purchased a single dwelling unit at the present, and he wants to rezone for 45 units. We know that at that corner, Richmond and DQ, it's going to be heavily congested, considering there's going to be a subdivision on the other side of Richmond as well. And we know that 45 units is going to go for student housing, inevitably, and it's going to be heavily congested. So myself, as well as the people that are with us, are very concerned with regards to this development. As of present, we would like to keep it more for environmental purposes. So as I said, many people are very concerned with this possible 4-story, 45-unit development that has been proposed. And we're not really interested in turning it into a student dwelling in that area. As I said, they're going to be developing on the other side of Richmond residential, so it's going to be heavily congested.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Any more to put in there, or?
Just a moment. One
Sure.
of my associates and a sister of mine is the property owner. I'd like to contribute. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
It's a pleasure to be a part of this meeting, and thank you for taking the time to listen to our views. My concern is that if we have all these students in the area, if it was turned into like for seniors, then it would be beneficial for the betterment of Thorold. My concern is that it's impossible to not allow students to come. And I don't see that as being beneficial for Thorold as a community, but as a seniors resident and development, a consideration would be beneficial for everybody in Thorold, as we know there is an aging population. So those are our concerns. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sorry for not adding the S on the end of your name, Nicholas. I appreciate you coming.
That's the old Italian, but as I said, there's many locations that build housing in Thorold, and we're concerned with regards to 45 units and attracting the students. It's going to congest our city. We want to try to keep it, as I said, possibly for seniors or enjoying the environmental that we do have on DQ Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time. I was going to go through, we have about 8 speakers. I was going to get each speaker to speak, and then we can ask questions. Is that okay with the council? Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time. So our next speaker is Jamie Pearson. Is Jamie on? Thank you.
Where am I? Am I on?
Yeah, I showed you.
Okay.
Okay. Hello? I think I'm on.
Yeah, hi Jamie, we can hear you. We can't see you.
Fantastic. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Jamie Pearson, as you said. I'm the owner of a 1956 DQ, the property immediately beside 1950. I'll keep my comments fairly brief. I don't think I'll use my full 5 minutes, largely because I I fully support the report that I know that Michael Barton's going to be covering off very shortly, and support all the commentary within there. So I don't feel like I need to rehash a lot of what he's bringing up, but I do want to clearly express that I strongly object to this rezoning. I think from what I've heard and what I've been led to believe is that a lot of the primary rationale being put forward for this project is alignment to intensification plans building up. And while I broadly understand the need for such programs, and in general are in support of them as progress, I personally don't understand the argument that this rezoning is being done to support that. The neighborhood is not particularly close to any areas of commercial interest. In fact, one of the reasons that my property was so attractive when we were looking was just that. It's quiet, it's low density, there's natural area directly across the street. And in other words, something somewhat removed from anything that would make it like the candidate for excessive buildup. It seemed that, at least then, that all future development would be along similar lines to the existing landscape. The proposed construction would be completely inconsistent with the current neighborhood, and I struggle to see how it would ever feel integrated with what is currently here, which presumably is a key consideration of any intensification project. So I think allowing this type of rezoning sets a dangerous precedent for what type of building will be permitted in certain areas throughout the city. So I just want to reiterate, I love my current property, and my young family and I plan to be here for a very long time still. It's hard to say for sure, but I suspect we never would have made the move to this location that my property is at risk of becoming a 4-story, 45-unit MUR, and that's just a stone's throw away from us. So once again, I'm firmly opposed to this rezoning and support the position and rationale being put forth in the report that we're going to be covering soon in Michael's report. So thank you for your consideration of my position and the others that you'll hear tonight.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate your time. If you could stay on too, there may be questions after for yourself or others. Thank you.
Absolutely.
So next up, we have Richard Breton. Breton, B-R-E-T-O-N. Okay, so the next ones are Paul and Rita Isaacson. Do you wish to speak tonight? No, they don't want to speak? Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Nick Boza. Okay. Here he comes.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now, Nick. Welcome.
Perfect. Okay, so thank you. Just give me a moment here and I'll get situated. Thank you for letting me talk tonight through you, Councillor Sentence. Any questions you have, I'd appreciate if you wait to the end. I believe I got 10 minutes, is that correct?
It's 5.
Oh,
sorry, they read that out at the start, so it's 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Okay.
But I'm basically going to talk about one thing, in my opinion, and talking to many people in the direct area, and also in the not so direct area, that this project is an overreach and it doesn't fit the neighborhood. I believe quite strongly that the balance of reason suggests that this project is not fitting in. It will not serve the greater good to take the rights away from the neighborhood. I also know this project will hurt the value of real estate in the area, but you know, I'm not naive enough to know that from a planning principle, this may not be a factor. However, at the legislation level, at the provincial level, all the factors that will create this loss of value are based on planning principles. So this point that I bring up shouldn't be minimized. Tonight, I think what you're going to be witnessing is a real strong grassroots community effort by the residences of Thorold, showing their displeasure for the application. I'm presenting my case based on its merits, and it's been embraced by hundreds of Thorold residences in opposition of the application. I'm just verbalizing it for me and many others that I've spoken with, and why the project should not go forward. In the weeks to come, I, along with others, plan to be adding on to the already large petition list that's been submitted for the application. But to set the stage, the nice fellow from planning set the steps, how this works, so I won't review that. So he set that stage. It would have been nice to get the planning's opinion based on planning principles ahead of time. I'm sure that they had many discussions. They got the application in October. They if not earlier, they put out the notice a couple of days before Halloween. I know that what we're saying probably won't influence a professional planner's decision. We're really here to talk to the voters of council, to make our case to not move forward with it. We think it's a negative precedent that it could set for future. I know even though the adjacent two vacant lands next don't have developmental ambition, but years go on, and they sell it and the next person might. So I'd hate to think that this sets a precedent for that corner down the line, in years to come. One of the things that I know from the residents is what they don't want is they don't want a councillor to vote on the project because they may think that they'll lose to the developers on appeal with provincial legislation. Because if it's appealed, the province makes their own decision, taking into account the strong will of the people, but as it relates to how much of this project doesn't conform to the area, because conformity is part of the planning process and planning principles. So that was one thing that I had at least 4 or 5 different conversations with people in the area. I'm just going to read some notes here that the merits of the case that I put together from talking to people, but they felt that as well as myself and my family, the applicant should not be submitted any, well, they haven't submitted any validation or details that there's a genuine need for this project. In the
Nick, you're down to about 1 minute. I just want to give you a heads up. Sorry.
Okay, I'll try and wrap up. So, so if they haven't brought any evidence that there's a need for this, just because the market may rent or sell the units, it doesn't mean that it has to be located in this neighborhood. We feel that the project is an overreach in density. There's a huge negative detrimental impact on the neighborhood with a negative effect on character, appearance of the area with a conservation park, just a baseball to throw away. The traffic pressure is already unbearable. There's 2 lanes now that there's already too much traffic there. There's a lot of speeding issues. Currently, the lanes aren't that wide. There's conservation lines across the street. We need to preserve the greenbelt land there. There aren't any sidewalks there currently, but when they put them in, there'll even be less room for width for cars.
You got to wrap it up, Nick. Sorry. Any closing statement?
In short, there's going to be a loss of privacy on the residential amenity of the neighbors, with noise, disturbance, overlooking, overshadowing of the project, taking away from the conservation area.
Okay.
We hope that in the end, this is looked upon as an unfavorable project. So a lot more to say, but I guess I can put this in letter form and forward it to not only the planning, but also to council. Is that correct, Councilor?
Okay. If you can stick around, yeah, there may be some questions for you too. So thanks for your time, Nick.
But Councilor, whatever I haven't said tonight, because I've only had 5 minutes, I can put that forward to the councilors and the planning at a later date. Is that
Okay. That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Barton. Well, there we go. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my computer thought about it for a minute there before it allowed me on, but here I am. Thank you very much. I will keep this within the 5 minutes, definitely. I have submitted the written correspondence that I believe is with council. So just a bit of a background, I am a registered professional planner, full member of Ontario Professional Planners Institute, and I am the founder of MB1 Development Consulting. So I've been retained by a group of the residents that live in this community. They felt strongly enough about their concerns and with this application that they wanted to bring in someone that brings that planning perspective to the project. So that's what I've been engaged for. And I have to say, I've worked on all forms of development applications across Ontario and even across Canada. And I've rarely encountered the amount of community engagement that I've seen in this case. Typically, many residents are hesitant to get involved or to share their concerns publicly with this city and council. So you see that the public engagement is more carried by a small number of residents. So it's definitely been impressive to see the number of people that have put their name or their specific comments behind the concerns that are expressed here. So while I'll highlight a number of areas of concern from a planning perspective, the primary focus is around whether this is an appropriate location for the proposal and whether it's compatible with and respectful of the community character, that being in terms of built form and land use. So you won't hear me specifically speaking about elements like traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer. My concerns come from, is this an appropriate use before we even start looking at details like traffic, shadow, noise. It's really more that compatibility and appropriate land use consideration. So what I had outlined in my document was, as a summary, was that right away when I looked at this, it's clear this is what I would define as a stable, low density residential community. It's characterized by single detached dwellings, open space, and natural heritage. And my opinion is that the official plan and zoning designations on the property, they've been implemented to ensure that this land use and built form character is respected and reinforced. The proposal that's on the property now really is looking to significantly alter the permissions and regulations that apply. So we did see in the overview of the proposal and the application that not only is the zoning designation being changed, but there's also modifications to that designation. So it's not just a change to a higher density or a different built form use. It's also modifications to accommodate further intensification. So again, I'm going to be focusing largely on the official plan of the region and the city, but I did hear concerns about what provincial policies mean. So when I look at this, I think the heart of the matter from a provincial perspective is that this is being sold as an intensification project that's transit supportive and really focusing on those elements. But I feel like it's not sensitive to the surrounding land use and built form context. So that's where it's falling short for me. I think the natural heritage characteristics that are around the property and on the property are really being downplayed in this case. So I heard the question from one councillor about the high groundwater table, for example. I think there's a number of items here that I will flag, and they're flagged in my report, but I think natural environment is a key consideration in this property. And then secondly, from a provincial perspective, the built form character and scale is not consistent with that low density characteristic of the neighborhood. So policies that relate to, keeping in place with the permitted use and standards of the properties in the area, it's not being consistent with those. Similarly, in the growth plan, what we see here is this is a residential intensification. This isn't something that's seeking a complete community. Complete communities need more than just more dwelling units. We need the services, and we need shopping opportunities, things like that. And I heard one of the previous neighbors flag that they were seeking to be in a quiet residential neighborhood, not one that's at a serving that higher density purpose. And having transit along a road doesn't make this a transit oriented community. And then finally, there's a lot in the growth plan about affordability. Again, affordable has a definition. It means something in the growth plan. So to say these are more affordable units, that would be based strictly on the idea that smaller units mean more affordable, which isn't necessarily the case. I had flagged that the Region of Niagara official plan, while this is in the existing urban area and built up area, the official plan speaks to the local municipality designating locations that are appropriate for intensification, as well as medium and high density residential uses. Again, the proposal represents to me a residential intensification as opposed to growth that supports these concepts of complete communities, transit supportive development, which are important when you're talking about intensification. You need to have communities that have a diverse mix of residential, employment, commercial, recreational, and that's the overall goal of seeing that intensification. So specifically into the city's official plan, I had flagged in my document that the key elements where I'm seeing the lack of conformity with the policies are around the character of this community being low density in nature. We're not seeing this type of built form anywhere else in the community. And there's also a number of opportunities in the city where you could see downtown, the downtown transitional area.
Michael, you're just down to a few seconds. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay.
Go,
yep,
keep going.
Wrap it up. So really what we're seeing here is a 4-story building that's not in character with the community, and then finally very little consideration that's been given to the natural heritage features. So there's a full sections of the official plan that speak to that, and pushing that off to a stage such as site plan approval, I think is inappropriate. You need to address those items up front.
Okay.
So finally, just in terms of the zoning designation itself, my opinion is that designation really does implement the official plan intent. And if you were to change this from its current designation, you wouldn't be achieving the official plan intent, which is the full purpose of the official plan. So I think I'll leave it at that, leave it to the items in my report, but definitely welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you. If you could stick around as well, that would be great. Thank you, Michael. I missed the line when I was introducing everyone. Sorry, new at this. Please provide your name and address for a public record. And next we have Tony Boza and Rose Boza. Can you unmute? I don't even see them on now.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, okay. There you go. Welcome. Can you just state your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, my name is Tony Boza, and I reside at 37 DQ Woods Court. Before I begin, I hope this doesn't take into my 5 minutes. I just want to make it noted that I was told, and I've documented somewhere, that we were given 10 minutes, but I understand if it's 5, it's very difficult. For the simple reason is that I'm representing not just myself, but you probably are aware of that I was instrumental in becoming the leader of opposing this proposal. I'd like to begin by, I'm going to read some of this stuff. I'm going to read it fast, if that's all the time I have. I set up this committee of residents that are listed, that I gave the petitions that were submitted. Okay, and due to time constraints, I'm trying to visit every home and talk to a number of people. I think we've had over 92 residents with about 250 people that express a lot of concern. The same group, we seek legal advice as well as an urban planning consultant who just finished speaking. And this is not done to intimidate anyone, but it was done properly just for due diligence in terms of gathering factual information concerning this rezoning proposal and to understand the zoning bylaws and the official plans from the municipality, the region, and the province. I think this is the proper thing to do, and that's what we've done. If I thought at any point during this process that the information that we gathered prior to this from several sources, that we were at all wrong in this objection, I would not have continued. And you saw that we did continue by retaining professional help in the field for today's meeting and going forward. In my presentation tonight, I don't want to duplicate what Michael has stated. There's just a few things that many of the residents had asked me to communicate to you. That on behalf of 98 residential homes, as I said, many of the residents did not receive the letter, which I understand. The Provincial Planning Act stipulates 150-meter radius, which doesn't constitute very far. So I thought it was only my due diligence to go around and let the neighbors know, more neighbors than 150 meters, that this is going to be affecting. And so that's why I took on this project. And hence the committee was formed and all the petitions have been signed, and there's more petitions to come that will be submitted. Again, I only have so much time. Every door that I knocked on was approximately a 45-minute call to explain what's going on. 90% of the residents doesn't know what's going on. This long-term care resident misleading statement was a major comment that some of them brought up, and I'm glad they removed that this evening. That's not designed for long-term care. I've got designs for long-term care. I called the ministry and I asked if anything was even proposed or registered. Nothing was. So I just want to make that clear, the misleading by this developer towards what he proposed there. Real quick question, sign of the posted sign that's on the property. I don't know what the legality is in terms of proper size, if there's provincial laws as there is with some of the other items. All I can say, it is very small. Many residents didn't see it, couldn't understand it. I just looked around me and I thought, taking a look at other residents or other municipalities that are proposing rezoning, signs are 3 times the size and 4 times the size. I've yet to see one that small. If it meets the requirements, it must be accepted. It just shows me the integrity of this developer in terms of trying to put it there quickly and small on an angle that's very difficult to read on a very busy street. Another factor that I want to make note, if this meeting was in chambers, your room would be filled. Virtual, very difficult. I'm not very savvy with that. I've got 2 companies that I run, and I have administrative people working with that. I was afraid that I wasn't going to get on tonight. And just to let you know, a lot of people are not familiar with that. They do have the other opportunities. Having said that, I'm in total agreement with council. Virtual is the way to go during this pandemic. It would be ludicrous to have a group of people in a room with this pandemic going on. So I do agree with that, but I want to let it be known that a lot of the residents, there would be a lot more stepping forward, okay, if it was in council. I wanted to bring up a point too in terms of other developments in the area that Michael brought up. We have 2 other developers that I have contacted. Mr. Nick Bassiano from Mount View Homes. I've had the opportunity to have a nice meeting with him, and I'm taking a look at his developments. I don't see any other proposed developments right on Richmond and DQ Road, okay, with a 4-story unit building. Comments that he made to me, which I will, he didn't mind me sharing. There's nothing that he's proposing in that area. That is adjacent and across the street. Eddie Pizzo on Richmond Street. Single luxury condominiums, 1 level. DQ Road, Beaver Dams, residential, semi-detached townhomes, all 1 level, conforming more to what we can see there. And that's going outside this boundary, and he's sticking a 45 unit on a less than a 1 acre piece of property. I just wanted to point that out, that these other two developers, once again, as far as I'm concerned, personal opinion, as well as 98 residents, have more integrity, morality than this present developer does. Possibility of Brock students, we talked about.
Another minute, okay, Tony?
Okay. I'm not going to repeat some of the other items in terms of major traffic issues. Non-compatibility is very important. Brock students, a definite concern. 500 square feet for so many units. You're going to tell me senior residents are going to go into a location like that, which we talked about. I mean, I can go on and on. Again, all I can say is there's one thing I do want to say is I want to thank the city planner, Paul Klassen, who's helped me out quite a bit with questions. Both city clerks and deputy city clerk, oh boy, I forgot the last name, Joanne and Joanne, I could say. Thank you for your help as well. And I just urge city staff, council members and mayor to read that report. The committee has been formed. We will stay. We will retain Michael Barton as well. And any questions you may have, if you want to propose it. One last comment I had is I thought that the meeting registration was up until 12 o'clock noon today. I was told by one resident that went to register at 11:02, was denied, and was told that the time was to be registered by 4:30 p.m. yesterday. So I don't know. That's his version, his story. Okay. And he said it's on the email that told him that.
Okay. Joanne, what is it?
Through you, in our procedure bylaw, it's 4:30 p.m. on Monday.
4:30 p.m. on Monday. Okay.
How come the report that's gone out to the residents, it says 12 noon on Tuesday?
I'm not sure, Sony. We'll look into that, okay? And
Right
correct.
there, that's the report that you sent out.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just trying to make a statement here is that it's not fair. This gentleman's property, he walks out his back door, he's gonna be staring at a 4-story. So I told him to write up a report.
Okay.
I will submit it on his behalf.
Okay.
But it's little things like this. And again, I go back to the 5 minute, 10 minutes. That's what I was told.
Okay.
I've got documentation. So, you know, our neighborhood planning people can present as long as they want, but yet we've only got 5 minutes. I find that a little bit disturbing.
We'll look into those two things, okay, Tony?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for your time, and I hope you stick around too.
Yep.
One more speaker is Daniel Plum. Huh?
Can you hear me?
Hi, Daniel. How are you?
I'm great.
Can you just state your name and address for the public record, please?
For sure.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Plum. I live at 26 Coleman Court in Thorold. So I went away to school as a university student, but COVID brought me back home to Thorold. So I took a year off to regroup, and I've decided to continue my undergrad degree at Brock while living at home at Coleman Court. I look forward to my walks to Melsport Park and look forward to continue my undergrad and graduate studies at Brock within walking distance from my home. I guess you have to move away to really appreciate how nice our neighborhood really is, which is one of the main reasons why I've come back to complete my political studies at Brock. Now that I see the size and magnitude of the proposed 45-unit apartment building, I do feel that the traffic will be too much for the area. When I walk by and see all the traffic during at busy times when people are going and coming back from school or work, the area is already over-congested. This will for sure take away from the beauty of the conservation area, and the road is already overused and not big enough. When the vacant lands next to the proposed property get filled with other high intensification projects, I really don't see the area being as desirable any longer, and my fear is that we're gonna get all types of transient types of moving in to cause problems similar to other nearby neighborhoods. In my mind, still, being a student, I really see and understand the student community and mentality. Being a serious student, I fear that I will get turned off along with others in the neighborhood with the excess noise, traffic, and congestion. My fear is also that the transient renters may make the conservation area a hangout and deter people from visiting the conservation area. It would be a shame to let others change our neighborhood to something it was never meant to be. I know that the neighborhood is up in arms over all this and have really put their feet in cement to protect the area. I see that people will put more effort to protect something they already have than I ever thought. 4 stories is way too much. There are 2 new neighborhoods, one on Richmond and the other off to Kew Woods Road, that are done very nice. I wish the developers could do something similar so that it could conform to the area. There are already a lot of renters in the homes in my area, and it is easier to monitor, but it's hard to control in bigger densities. I'm also afraid of increased crime with higher density areas with transient renters. Like the rest of my neighborhood, I am against this project, and I haven't met one person in my area that supports it. My mom owns the home, and I'd hate to see values decrease because of noise and loss of privacy, and having more traffic than the area can handle. I would have hoped to stay in the area after I graduate, but I'm getting discouraged lately. I'll be voting in the next municipal election here in Thorold, and I'd like to support those running who, in turn, support my needs, the needs of my mom and my great neighbors. Please do not vote for this project, as I believe it would be a big mistake. There are many elderly in the area that are frightened over the potential of this project. Because of COVID, these elderly probably aren't coming to speak against the project because the technology to participate is beyond their capabilities. But I see a lot of very high stress in my neighborhood that doesn't make for a healthy neighborhood. I see a petition and many neighbors hired a planner to help them, which spoke tonight, to help them oppose the project at their own expense. I have never seen this level of commitment before. It's nice to be a part of a community that cares. It's even nicer to have a city council that will help us keep what we have in Thorold. Please vote down this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate your time. If you could stick around too, that'd be great. If anybody has any questions for any of the speakers tonight, any counselors, please, we've been asked to keep on mute everybody unless you're speaking, correct? And raise your hand, please. So does anybody have any questions? Councillor Kenny?
Yeah, I received the emails from Tony. I saw many citizens signed it. I got to be honest, I only got halfway through Michael's report. I will finish it before we do vote. I'm not finished reading it all. Just one question, Michael. Have you approached Daniel and his group at all about any modifications or changes that can be made to this design, or has that not been done yet? Or could you?
Yes, so to this point I haven't. So what I've been doing was to provide my planning opinion to the residents. And I think to be clear, it's meant to be on an independent basis, so that they felt comfortable that it's not just a neighborhood concern, is that there is a land use planning concern. So that's what I've been doing to this point, but I'm definitely happy to reach out to the applicant to discuss those opportunities and in any way that would be of assistance.
I think it would be helpful to all us counselors too, if just my opinion for myself anyway, if you did reach out to Daniel and then Paul could maybe include it in part of his report back to us, that those avenues have been tried anyway. Thank you.
I see your hand up there, Tony. You want something to say? You're muted still.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. With respect to that question, John, the group of residents has hired Michael Barton, and Michael and I will be talking afterwards as well. So prior to any meetings, that's something that we will be discussing. We have retained him, and I'm not going to pull any punches. I understand some of the counselors, you know what, maybe we can compromise, we can do this, we can do that. I'm not bloody compromising at this point. That's A1 residential. That's what my 98 residents wanted. Our attorney stated the same thing, an urban planning attorney, which he recommended to us to hire urban planning consultant first, and he would represent us at a later time if need be. We don't want to reach that, but to sit down with them prior to that, Michael Barton and the residents, okay, as we retained him, I think it's only appropriate that we have a discussion first, because our intent is not to, well, let's go 2-story. Absolutely not. Let's go 9 condos. Absolutely not. I mean, we're willing to discuss, but you know what? To me, that is not the answer in terms of this situation. This developer, I've gained as much background as I can about them. I know all the other developments that they have. I was going to be sending it to everybody and taking a look at what them, again, versus Mount View Homes, Eddie Pizzo, like, again, this surrounding area, that's why we feel strong, A1 residential. As Mr. Pizzacalla, I had an opportunity to meet with Mark, who owns the last lot on the end. He didn't want to make any comments. His comments to me were, he is not in favor of the 4-story unit. Those were his exact comments, but I understand his position. I didn't know Nicholas Pizzacalla prior to this evening, but I understand why he didn't want to speak. But in the same token, I don't want to be sitting here and represent all these residents and saying, well, yeah, we're prepared to sit down and compromise. I would go back to every 98 residents, okay, plus another 23 that are coming on board, and I will call a meeting somewhere, and I want their opinion. I think it's only fair, the dollars that are spent by many of us. So
Okay.
I understand where you're coming from, John. I do appreciate that, but I think it's something that we must discuss before Michael Barton and anybody sits down, and I would like to be present at that meeting as well.
Thank you, Tony. Any other
Okay,
questions for the oh, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
No, I just, communication is the best avenue, and we, at the end of the day, are gonna have to go by the planner's report after he communicates with everybody and listen to everything. So I just wanted to bring that up, that's all.
Any questions from councillors to the speakers still? No? Okay, Nicholas, I see your hand up. Do you want to say something? You're muted still. Nicholas, you're muted. Can you hear me or no? You're still mute. Oh, you're
Can you
good.
hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me? Thank you. You can hear me?
Yes. No, you muted again.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you right now.
Okay, once again, thank you for having us this evening, and just to supplement what Mr. Boza said this evening, and just meeting him for the first time, as I said, we're a strong proponent of everything that is Thorold Niagara, the whole Niagara as a whole, because we're for the good. So right now, I think everybody seems to be happy with their R1A housing, but we're willing to sit down as well with our group and my associates and attorneys and with the groups that have spoken tonight, and for the good of Thorold and Niagara. But I think the R1A residential housing that's there now is appropriate. The four stories, 45 units would be a disaster at the present. So I'm open to future discussions with City Council and with the people who have spoken tonight, Mr. Boza and his group, and Mr. Barton, and everybody else that's interested for future meetings. We're all open to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicholas. I think that was everybody. Thank you. So closing remarks and closing of the meeting. This fulfills the requirements of the Planning Act RSO 1990 CP 13 pursuant to Section 34. Council will consider staff's recommendation and report at a future meeting date. Please provide your contact information and indicate to the clerk at clerk@thorold.ca if you wish to receive notice of council's decision. Alternately, a letter requesting to receive notice of council's decision may be sent to the clerk. As such, the public meeting portion of this application is now closed. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Sentence.
It's all yours.
Okay. We're back. Everybody's, can we get back to our normal screen with just council, please? Okay. Okay, thank you. And now we're going to move on to presentations. Up first, we have Integrity Commissioners John Mascaron and Dasha Paragodova from Aird and Burles LLP. And are they ready? Okay, and I'm going to turn this over to John and Dasha once they're up on board. Welcome, John, and welcome, Dasha. And
good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you want to say something?
No, I just want, are you both presenting, or is, are you going to lead off? Just let me know where you're heading, that's all.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will start off and then hand it over to Ms. Paragodova, who will then take you through the report.
Thank you.
So we will both be speaking, and we'll both be happy to address any questions that council may have on the on our recommendations. Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm John Mascarin. I'm here with my colleague, Dasha Paragodova. Dasha undertook the review of the matter as the lead investigator. She looked at the complaints and primarily handled them herself. Our firm, as you know, is the appointed integrity commissioner for the city of Thorold. It's appointed under the Municipal Act, and it is in that capacity that we appear before you this evening to present the investigative report on 8 complaints that were filed against City Councilor Jim Hanley under the township's code, under the city's code of conduct for members of council and local boards. There were multiple complaints made under the code, as well as other ethical policies of the city that were alleged to have been contravened by Councillor Hanley. As you know, council adopted the code of conduct as well as an accompanying code complaint protocol on October the 1st, 2019. We will proceed by providing a short presentation with respect to the investigative report. Typically, we would suggest that following the presentation, council should make itself available to hear any submissions from the respondent councillor, from Councillor Hanley, that he would like to make with respect to the recommendations in the report. However, once we prepared the final draft of the report that you have before you this evening and provided a draft copy to Councillor Hanley to seek his final comments so he can make his submissions, he indicated to us that he would not be attending this evening. We understand that sometime thereafter he gave notice to the clerk that he would not be in attendance at tonight's meeting, and he isn't present as far as I can tell. He has advised the clerk of that. We had indicated to Councillor Hanley that it was our intent to proceed with the presentation of the report, and we are here to do so today. We would be pleased to respond to any questions that members of council may have as to the recommendations or any matters dealing with procedure, other related matters. I want to be clear that the only matters before council this evening are the recommendations. The report is final and conclusive. The investigation has concluded, and it was concluded with Councillor Hanley's submissions and comments throughout. Our investigation was conducted in accordance with our authority as Integrity Commissioner, as set out in Part 5.1 of the Municipal Act, as well as the Code of Conduct and the procedures that are set out in your own complaint protocol that Council adopted. As I indicated, Ms. Paragodova primarily carried out the investigation into the 8 separate complaints. Consistent with our firm's accountability mandates, I was consulted during the investigation. I provided insight, and I peer reviewed and revised the investigative report that you have before you this evening. In carrying out our investigations under the complaints that were filed against Councillor Hanley, we acted in a completely neutral and impartial manner, as is required of an Integrity Commissioner, and in accordance with the requirements of the complaint protocol that Council has adopted. This is all set out in pages 2 and 3 of the report. Now that I finished those introductory remarks, I would like to turn it over to Ms. Perigodova, who will speak more specifically about the report.
Thanks very much, John, and good evening, everyone. Nice to see familiar faces again. So I'm going to dive into some details about the report. Certainly our intent is not to go through every page of the report in every detail. We know that it was provided to council, but we would like to draw your attention to some elements, provide a quick summary, and then, as Mr. Mascarin said, of course, answer any questions. So this particular report pertained to 8 identical formal complaints that were filed against Councillor Hanley, and they related largely to actions that he had taken in a number of instances with respect to 6 primary subject areas that we were able to identify and their surrounding events. So as you can probably tell by reading the report, the complaints were very detailed and very lengthy and contained a lot of materials. And so those 6 primary subject areas are what we were able to identify in order to somehow assess the entirety of the complaints that were submitted to us. The 8 complaints alleged that Councillor Hanley had contravened a number of provisions of the Code of Conduct, the Council Staff Relations Policy, the Council and Staff Communications Policy, the Workplace Violence and Harassment Policy, as well as the social media use, the use of social media, by Council policy. And Section 3 of our report sets out the specific provisions of the Code of Conduct and the other policies that were alleged to have been contravened by Councillor Hanley. Unlike in some of our previous reports, we have not actually gone and reproduced each section of each policy in the code at the end of our report because, quite frankly, it was going to be of unmanageable length, but we have sought to provide links in our report, hyperlinks to the specific policies where they're available on the council website and where they're not, to minute meetings where those specific policies were approved. Moving on to more procedural matters. So we reviewed a number of materials when considering these complaints, apart obviously from the complaints themselves. And those materials and other areas that we considered are set out in part 4 of the report, which is at page 3. We initially provided, as we always do in our protocol, Councillor Hanley with a notice of the complaints outlining the allegations and the issues raised, and we asked him to provide us a response in writing. So in other words, Councillor Hanley, in accordance with the protocol, was afforded the due opportunity to respond in writing to each of the complaints, and he did in fact do that. He responded on multiple occasions, as detailed in Section 4. And we've taken each one of Councillor Hanley's responses into consideration when preparing our final report. In addition, and Mr. Mascarin alluded to this, when we prepared our draft report, we provided a final draft copy of the report, including its conclusions, but not its recommendations, to Councillor Hanley for his comments and an opportunity to correct any factual errors, as well as provide any comments he wished to provide. And he was provided with 5 days to do that. He did provide us with a short response, which we have taken into account in finalizing our report. And as Mr. Mascarin said, that's also the time that he advised us that he would not be in attendance tonight at the meeting. We then advised Councillor Hanley that the investigation had concluded and that we would provide a copy of the report to the clerk together with our final recommendations, which would be considered by council. Mr. Mascarin has already indicated this, but we do feel it's important to note that I specifically advised Councillor Hanley that the report would be considered tonight, and I stressed to him the importance of him being in attendance to address council with respect to our recommendations. And notwithstanding, the councillor indicated that he was not going to attend. To be fair to him, he said he had a prior family engagement. That is what he communicated to us. He also did say that the result was inevitable. So I'll let that speak for itself and won't read into it. Moving on to the actual, the key thing in the report, which is the recommendations. It's our ultimate submission that the report does speak for itself. We don't, as I said, we don't propose to go through it in its entirety and in great detail. But what I will say is that with any investigative report, many of which you've of course seen, it distills and synthesizes the facts, the issues, and it assesses them against the framework of the Code of Conduct. and the other policies that council has approved. And we make findings and draw conclusions as a result of that interpretation. And when we did that, which is set out in a significant level of detail that we hope you've been able to review, we did find that Councillor Hanley had contravened multiple provisions of the Code of Conduct and each of the policies I listed previously. So the council staff relations policy, the communications policy, the workplace violence and harassment policy, and particularly the use of social media by members of council policy. To be fair to Councillor Hanley, there were specific instances where we did not find contraventions of specific portions of the code or policies. But overall, if we're to deliver a summary message, it's that the complaints were certainly substantiated and there were a multitude of contraventions that were found. And those are summarized in part 8 of the report, which is at pages 27 to 31. Those are the summary conclusions. Moving on to perhaps the most important part of our presentation, which is, and what pertains to this meeting of council, our recommendations as to what should take place next is set out at page 9 of the report, part 9 of the report at page 31. And that, as Mr. Mascarin indicated, the recommendations are the only matters that are before council for consideration this evening. As council is aware, the 2 possible penalties under the Municipal Act where there is a finding of a contravention by an integrity commissioner is a reprimand or a suspension of pay for up to 90 days per contravention. There are a few central things that I did note that we would like to bring to council's attention with respect to the recommendations and considering them. And those are as follows. So first and foremost, there are 8 formal complaints, 8 detailing an array of separate incidents and multiple instances of contravention on the part of Councillor Hanley. And as you know, if this sounds familiar, it's because it is consistent with past complaints. These are not the first complaints made against Councillor Hanley. And just a year ago, Mr. Mascarin and I appeared before council to present on another investigation in a similar report pertaining to also multiple complaints in that instance. In that report, you may recall that we strongly cautioned Councillor Hanley that any further contraventions of the code and policies on similar grounds may very well result in more complaints being made against him and the possible consequence of escalated penalties being recommended by the Integrity Commissioner. And quite frankly, that's exactly what took place here. And you will see that referenced throughout our report in some detail. I should mention that in the interim, there were also other instances where we needed to remind Councillor Hanley regarding his decorum, specifically on social media, and where we told him he needed to address and consider those actions given his status as an elected official and given the previous complaints that were made. So this is not the only time that this has come up, a year ago and now. There have been instances in between as well that weren't quite as formally documented as an investigation report. So in other words, put simply, Councillor Hanley has had ample warnings and progressive discipline, many opportunities to address his behavior. Notwithstanding, the councillor was once again found to have committed multiple contraventions, and those contraventions were not trivial or committed through inadvertence. On the contrary, they seem to point to a pattern of behavior. Again, we try to be always balanced when we present our findings, and I should say that the councillor genuinely appears to have a lack of understanding on occasion about why his actions are wrong or offside of these codes and policies, but given the history here and what I just set out, it's very difficult for us to take that into account as a mitigating factor in our findings. Without going into too much specific factual detail of the report, these are just some instances of conduct that should be brought to everyone's attention. Posting on social media with respect to poisoned Pfizer vaccination shots that were ordered by the Government of Canada, continuously misrepresenting, exaggerating the actual events and decisions of council, which are very easily verifiable simply by reviewing videos and minutes of a council meeting. It seems like sometimes the councillor models a style which purports to tell the truth, but really is not supported by facts, and in some cases actually on the contrary is quite easily verifiable by looking at the facts. And we have found that to be harmful in many instances. Calling the mayor, the city, and the council processes communism, a lack of democracy. As you know, the councillor, I don't think it's a secret that the councillor has been a vocal critic of some issues pertaining to the Canada Summer Games. But through our investigation, we discovered that the councillor hadn't actually attended at City Hall to review the agreements, which we thought was significant in light of the fact that his criticism has been so significant and vocal, encouraging individuals to defy public health measures related to COVID-19, providing quasi-legal advice on his social media page about the legality of these mandates, and perhaps what was one of the more significant findings of the report is posting videos on social media in an intoxicated state, admittedly intoxicated, not just our perception, telling followers that staff were monitoring, surveilling him, that they would turn off the lights in a public park because they were watching him. So those are just some examples from the report, but we wanted to draw them to your attention because I think it's really easy to look at a document like this that's quite long, and there are fairly egregious examples that go far beyond simply misspeaking or being too blunt or being frustrated, and anything similar to that which the councillor justifies in respect of his approach. Further, given the extensive guidance provided to the councillor in the past, it's difficult for him to simply rely on mistake or on his inability to communicate properly, or that those errors were made in good faith. As I said a little bit earlier, in our investigation, our findings, it seems to suggest that there is a troubling pattern of conduct, which in some cases is either deliberate or at the very least negligent in respect of what he has been told. So I set all that out for you to provide some context into our recommended penalties, which you'll see set out in the report. And that is that once again, council reprimands a councillor and denounces his actions. There is one particular allegation which we found to be I don't want to use the term insignificant, but perhaps there were some mitigating factors. So with respect to receiving an alleged or a perceived gift or benefit from Rebel News, which we suggested should also have a reprimand. But other than that, we have recommended monetary penalties ranging from 90 days for his misuse of social media, 20 days for comments relating to property standards on Ann Street, 60 days for his actions with respect to anti-lockdown and COVID-19 related issues, and 60 days for contraventions related to the Canada Summer Games. In addition to that, we have also set out some remedial measures and corrective actions, which the law recognizes, but is also set out and contemplated by the Code of Conduct. And so we do have some recommendations in that respect, and it's our view that council should be concerned about this conduct and take steps to minimize the risk of it occurring again and causing further harm, which it's clearly doing. We see this in the evidence of the reports. We see concerns from residents, and we see reputational damage being inflicted on the city and its staff. So the remedial and corrective measures that we've recommended are that, first of all, we do think it's incumbent on the councillor to review all minutes of council meetings from May 2019 and advise us when he's done that. That's based on some of the perhaps misconceptions or misrememberings or what have you about some of the things that have gone on during the meetings of council, particularly with respect to the Canada Summer Games. We recommend that the councillor remove his November 4th Facebook post and the May Facebook posts regarding the poisoned shots. We recommend that the councillor not be appointed as a chair of any council committee, or if he is currently a chair, that he be removed from that post from the remainder of his term as council. And lastly, we do not recommend that the councillor has any direct contact with city staff, and if it's necessary for him to communicate, which we expect there may be instances of that he do so through the mayor, who will communicate on his behalf. It should be noted that we are mindful that both in the past and already since reviewing our draft reporting conclusions, which were provided to the councillor, that he's made statements on social media where He intends to make public statements about this, the allegations and the findings. It does appear that he's portraying himself as a victim of this process. And even after our last report, we were not aware of this, but it was brought to our attention through the current investigation that even after the report a year ago, the counselor said things on social media like, this is what happens when you tell the truth, and so on. So again, we just draw these to your attention for consideration. We hope, and we have encouraged the counselor not to approach the findings and recommendations in this report as yet another opportunity to do the very same thing. So treat it like there's some conspiracy against him. As Mr. Mascarenhas said, this is a neutral process undertaken by us. We have no vested interest in making these findings against Councillor Hanley. We have assessed the evidence, and this is what we have found. And so, you know, we know for a fact that there are other council members that agree with Councillor Hanley on various positions that come before council, and yet somehow they don't get themselves into the same trouble. There are no complaints being made against them by the public and others. So it is possible to advocate for these issues, ask questions of council business, represent the councillor's constituents. It's more about how he goes about doing these things, and we would like to stress that both to him, to council, and to whoever is looking at the situation from the outside. That concludes my portion. I'll just pass it back to John for some concluding remarks.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, that really does conclude our presentation with respect to the investigative report that you have in front of you tonight. Once again, I remind council that the recommendations in the report are the only matters that are to be considered by council this evening. The investigative portion of the matter has been concluded. Councillor Hanley has been given due procedural fairness. We've taken into account all of his submissions, his representations, and we've included them in the report. So that is closed and finite. The only matter before you is the recommendations. So together with my colleague, Ms. Bergadova, will remain present to answer any questions that you or members of council may have for us this evening.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and I'll open the floor to council for questions. Are there any questions to John or Dasha? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't say too much to start, but I believe I'll be defeated, and then I'll speak later if I could. Since the councilor's not here, I'd like to defer it till he's in open session with us.
And you're talking about deferring the recommendations? Councillor Longo.
Yes, because he's not here, so I'd like to ask if council would do that until he comes to a council meeting to defend himself.
So there's a motion to defer the recommendations until Councillor Hanley's present at council, and there's no debate on that issue. Do I need a seconder for that? Yes. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Neal. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Right? Did you get that? Okay. So
I didn't see many hands, Mr. Mayor.
There was I had 3 for the deferral and 4 against. Am I correct to the clerk?
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor. It looks like Councillor DeRose is frozen unless I didn't see it. Could we just do a recorded vote, and then if I lose, we'll move on?
Through the mayor, a recorded vote was requested by Councillor Longo to defer the Integrity Commissioner report until Councillor Hanley is available for an open session meeting. Councillor Longo?
Yes, defer.
Councillor Decker?
No.
Councillor DeRose?
Yes, defer.
Councillor Neal?
Yes, defer.
Councillor Hanley is absent. Councillor Kenny? Was that a no? Sorry.
No.
Counselor Sentence?
No.
Counselor Wilson?
No.
Mayor Ugolini?
No.
The vote fails 5-3.
Okay.
6-2.
Okay. So we now, Councillor Longo, you had questions now.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just felt I needed to do that. I just feel the process would be, my feeling is just a little bit fairer if the councillor was here to maybe defend himself if need be, but I can appreciate council's decision. I'd like to thank the Integrity Commissioner. It's a very good report. I'm not here certainly to condone the actions of Councillor Hanley. I believe he did a very good job. I know you mentioned I'm only allowed to speak on the recommendations. I can't point out anything that I think may be somewhat inaccurate in the report. And if I'm not allowed to,
It's
I'm
just
fine.
on the recommendations, am I correct, to the Integrity Commissioner? John?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Longo. The investigative process is concluded. Councillor Hanley had an opportunity to make comments. We've considered his comments. If we went around the table, everyone could have possible questions about why didn't we ask this? Why didn't we do that? And so, no, the matter's concluded. If there's something that may be incorrect, it may be incorrect, but it's concluded now, Councillor Longo.
So we're speaking on the recommendations.
Yeah, okay, I appreciate that answer. I just wanted clarity on it because I did see a few things that were incorrect. And I have no other comments. I'm not sure if I will even vote because the councilor's not here. I have issues with not the Integrity Commissioner, but the process. I've said it before. I have issues when there's a complainant that doesn't have to identify themselves. They could be on this jury who made the complaint. And I have an issue that the councilor's not here to defend himself. So, but otherwise, again, I'm not here to condone the actions of Councilor Hanley. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, just a question of clarification. So Councillor Hanley can still sit on council and come to council meetings and participate?
That's correct. Am I correct? That's the Integrity Commissioner doesn't have that jurisdiction. Am I correct, John? Do you want to?
Yes, Mayor, you are absolutely correct. We have no authority to preclude the council member from attending council meetings. He could be precluded from certain actions and other matters, but not the attendance at council meetings.
Thank you.
Is there any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Dasha and John. Can you just explain the rationale for your, I think I get it, but I just think it's kind of, I'm looking at page 33, remedial measures and corrective actions under B, and I'm looking at A, review all meeting minutes of council meetings. Can you just explain your, I understand what you're trying to do, but it just seems like something a high school principal would give to a student. Go back and read your notes.
Thank you, Councillor DeRose. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor DeRose, frankly, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with your characterization. Obviously, perhaps I would have stated it differently. And we didn't make a similar recommendation in our last report with the multiple complaints against Councillor Hanley, as you recall. In this case, in our findings revealed several instances where the councillor was specifically mistaken about things that had taken place, votes that have happened at council meetings. And if it had just been a simple mistake, perhaps it would have been left at that and referenced as such in our report. However, in this instance, there were questions there were statements made on social media, there were questions put to staff, in some cases, questions voiced in such a way that were quite harmful, quite contradictory, et cetera, et cetera. I could go on. I think the findings speak for themselves. So in this case, our recommendation stems from the fact that it's not helpful to anybody, not to Councillor Hanley, not to council as a whole, and not to the city to have one of its elected representatives misstating things that have happened at council. It really does do some serious damage, and we've seen evidence of that based on the complaints and the what was submitted in support of the complaints with public concerns as well. That is where that particular remedial recommendation comes from. Of course, as John and I have both said, they are before council to vote on, but that is where they stem from. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Dasha. Through you, Mr. Mayor, am I able to just speak before I decide what I'm going to vote on? Am I able to speak to the report at all, or no?
No. You'll be able to speak on the recommendations. That's it. The report part is closed, as the Integrity Commissioner stated.
Well, since Councillor Hanley's not here, there's no one really speaking on his behalf in certain.
No, he did. He had his chance of speaking, and he responded to the Integrity Commissioner when he was asked to respond. And can you elaborate on that? Because that, as you stated in your presentation.
Yes.
Go ahead,
I'm sorry, Dasha. I was going to say the system is set up like this. There is a complaint process that affords procedural fairness to all parties, including the complainant, who isn't here to be able to make submissions this evening, okay? So Councillor Hanley had ample opportunity. We gave him every opportunity that council itself agreed would be given to a member who is under investigation. He availed himself of those opportunities and made submissions. He knew the process, and we told him that he was able to come to council tonight and make submissions. And he told us that he would not avail himself of that opportunity freely. Whether he has another commitment, whether it's more important than this, it's for Councillor Hanley to decide. Council can still make a decision, and that's the way the process works. So Councillor Hanley isn't here to make submissions, but in fairness, neither are the complainants here to make submissions this evening. So it's a fair, level playing field.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, John and Dasha. Mr. Mayor, I just want to make one more comment. And I hope everybody locally can read James Cullick's December 2nd opinion piece in the Niagara News. Interesting read. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That was a very detailed report, so thank you for the report. I guess my question is, and perhaps I've asked this before, are there not stiffer measures that can be passed down? Because this is a continuous pattern with the councillors. So I'm just curious, is this as far as the Integrity Commissioner can go with penalties?
Go ahead, John.
Councillor Decker. Sorry, John and I are speaking at the same time tonight.
Go ahead, Dasha.
All right, my turn, John. Thank you, Councillor Decker, and through you, Mr. Mayor. As Council knows, the Municipal Act is quite specific and not particularly subject to interpretation on what the Integrity Commissioner can do. And that is impose a reprimand or a suspension of pay for up to 90 days for contravention. What I should mention is that, yes, past violations are taken into account. However, we are still bound within the findings of these particular complaints. And as I noted earlier, there are some instances where perhaps we didn't find a contravention, some instances we did. By way of a general comment, what we found as a theme is that the councillors' social media use and violations had become worse. However, on the point of direct communication, perhaps there weren't as many findings. So I say that to illustrate the point that it's a bit of a balancing act. in considering the fairness to the current set of complaints, while also taking into account those, aggravating factors such as prior findings. So we seek to be fair and neutral and impartial in finding the appropriate remedy, and a combined monetary penalty of 230 days is certainly not insignificant in this matter, but we feel it's appropriate. I think that's probably I hope that's helpful, Councillor Decker.
Yeah, thank you, Dasha. I appreciate your recommendations, and I will fully support them. I don't condone, harassment or bullying, and so I just want to say thank you for your report. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to either of the speakers. Well, first a comment. I was completely shocked when I read this 35-page report, and can see that obviously there was a significant amount of time and effort that went into investigating. And it did appear to me in reading that was very clear. It was a fair process, because not every complaint that came through you thought justified, or not that it wasn't true, but maybe there wasn't enough evidence to suggest. So I was happy to see that. But I guess my concern is along that side of Councillor Decker. I mean, this is the second time this has happened. I can only imagine, I don't know if I'm allowed to ask, but can I ask what this has cost the city this time around in terms of?
This is where I'm happy for John to answer.
Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Wilson, I would assume, Councillor Wilson, that the magnitude of cost would be comparable to the first round, which was somewhere, perhaps the clerk might even know better than me, I think was somewhere in the vicinity of $30,000+. So I'm assuming that this investigation and the report was somewhere in that particular range, somewhere 30,000 plus.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. Yes, I was thinking it was around 50, but I could be inflating that. But I was really shocked to see the complaints. I mean, I don't follow this councillor on social media, so I'm kind of in the dark, but I was shocked and embarrassed. And I don't think it's a fair representation of our city, just like was stated in this. So I will be supporting your recommendations. I don't see how a council could actually put this in place to have an integrity commissioner come and do this, pay that magnitude of money, and then decide to piecemeal and say that this isn't right and we shouldn't do that. I just think that's not right. I mean, I don't, and I can't even say that I feel sorry for him, to be quite honest, because when I read that report, it's disturbing to me what was in there. And the fact that we're now looking at $60,000+ of the citizens' money that's been spent on these investigations that have merit, clearly. I mean, Maria could correct me, but I think that's 0.5%, right? That's added to the tax levy. So I want to thank you for your time, and I appreciate your report, and I definitely will be supporting hands down these recommendations.
Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I said it on the last one. I don't want to be in this position. I don't think we should be in this position. I should have learned from the first time. Nothing personal against Councillor Hanley, but to me, this was, again, way too far. I appreciate your report, and I have nothing else to say. I hope this stops it for all of our sakes, including Councillor Hanley's, and I will be going with the recommendations in this report. Thank you.
Councillor Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say last time what we voted on, and then people take to social media and say, I'll never vote for those guys that voted against Councillor Hanley. You know what? I don't want your vote, so don't worry about it. And further to that, I know we can put up to 90 days on each one of the findings. So I'm going to put a motion forward that we suspend his pay to the end of the term. I'd like to put that forward. Can I?
what is the total days that are recommended?
I think it's 8 months. I'd like to put a motion forward that pay is suspended to the end of the term.
And I'll ask Integrity Commissioner to comment on that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kenny. There are 8 separate complaints, Councillor Kenny, and theoretically you could have 90 times 8, potentially. I don't know what that equates. I'd have to do the math, but I think it'd be 720 days, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you could, and it's council's decision to make. So I want to be very clear. Ms. Paragonova and I are the integrity commissioners. We are trying to be fair, impartial, neutral in the matter. We've made our recommendations to you, but it's council's decision whether it accepts those recommendations, whether it modifies the recommendations, or in fact, if it rejects them outright. It's council's decision to make. So you could increase if you'd like, but my comment to you is we have given it careful consideration, and we determined on a fairness, impartial basis that 230 days, I believe, Dash, is what the penalty, the days add up to. That we believe that that is what is fair in these particular circumstances, given our findings on those complaints. But it's council's decision to make.
Thank you.
I'd like to comment on that. I'd just like to say we have an election in November. I've talked to many people out there in the city of Thorold to possibly run, people that are good people. And to a person, most of them have said, you think I'm gonna get involved with that? Really? And not just this subject, but do you think I'm gonna get involved with that? And I think it's a shame that there's good people out there in the city of Thorold that do not want to get involved because of the chance or opportunity that things like this could happen. So that's my point, and to that, I'm suggesting that we should suspend his pay to the end of the term, and if I get a seconder, fine. If not, that's fine too.
Is there a seconder for that? I don't see a seconder, Councillor Long. Councillor Kenny, sorry. So we have a recommendations. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've known Councillor Hanley for a long time on City Council, and until the last term, I haven't always agreed with him, but he's made some great suggestions, comments, recommendations over the years. But the last term, for whatever reason, he has decided to go against council. He's made some derogatory remarks of council in general, not maybe specifically, but in general. So I'm very disappointed in him. And that is the reason why I will go along with the recommendations that have been made. And hopefully he will consider not doing that type of thing again, and making criticisms maybe of reports and that from his standpoint. But as far as making derogatory remarks of council and staff and other people in the community, I hope he's learned his lesson.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, seeing none,
can I get a recorded vote, please?
Yeah, one thing I do want to mention is that, John or Dasha, if you want to comment, that the province is doing a review at this time on the integrity complaint system and the penalties. Do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing announced a consultation back in, I believe it was January, February of this year, indicating that his ministry wanted to see what municipalities would like to see in the perspective of increasing and strengthening the power of codes of conduct the integrity commissioner system and the possible penalties that could be imposed. And a number of things brought this up. There have been a number of investigations throughout the province that have shown abhorrent behavior from members of council, harassing staff, intimidating, bullying, living by fear of reprisal. And the ministry is looking at that. The consultation did close. A number of large organizations, AMO, AMCTO, our group that Dash and I belong to, the Municipal Integrity Commissioners of Ontario, all filed submissions to the province. I had understood that the province was going to come forward with some draft legislation this fall, but Dacia and I hosted the Municipal Integrity Commissioners of Ontario at our the fall conference last month, and we invited senior legal counsel from Municipal Affairs who told us he had no news for us at this time. So they're still looking at it. We anticipate that something may come out in the new year, and possibly to strengthen and perhaps go to Councillor Decker's point is, what do we do when these puny penalties just don't work? So there may be something forthcoming, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder. I have a mover, Councillor Decker. Do I have a seconder, Councillor Sentence? And that council received the presentation from Integrity Commissioner John Mascarin and Dasha Paragodova, and that council proceed and approve the recommendations as penalties. The recommendations under penalties and remedial measures and corrective actions as outlined in the Integrity Commissioner Report 2021-02 and 2021-09. All those in favor? Oh, you wanted a recorded vote? Whereas it was Councillor Kenny that asked for that. Yep, okay, go ahead.
Recorded vote
In favor.
Recorded vote was called by Councillor Kenny with regards to the Integrity Commission report recommendation to approve the reprimands as listed in the report. Councillor Kenny?
In favor.
Councillor Longo?
I will not vote in the councillor's absence.
Councillor Longo, is that abstaining?
Yeah, I'm going to abstain, please.
Councillor Decker?
In favor?
Councillor DeRose?
Am I able to say something before I vote?
No. Councillor DeRose?
I abstain. He's not here.
Councillor Neal? Councillor Neal?
In favor.
Councillor Sentence?
Favor.
Councillor Wilson?
In favor.
Mayor Ugolini?
In favor?
The vote is 6-0 in favor of.
Is an abstain not a no vote?
Abstain is no, but I've listed as an abstaining vote instead of against.
Okay, thank you. So we're done, and I want to thank you, Dasha and John, for a very thorough report and all your work, and I hope I don't see you again the rest of this term of council, but
Well, if we don't, Mr. Mayor and everybody, we wish you a happy holiday season, and thank you very much.
And the same to you and your family so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have a nice evening, everyone.
Okay, so we're moving on to 10B. Presentation, Francis Hellworth, Executive Director, United Way Niagara, and Aaron Rising, Program Coordinator, Niagara Community Garden Network.
United Way withdrew the presentation for this evening, and they'll be coming to a future council meeting.
So that's not happening. Okay, so then I have 10C. Lawrence Cudlips SEMA that is going to do a presentation regarding the Municipal Operations Center.
I don't think so either.
Mayor, looks like.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, we're back. Welcome, Lawrence, and
welcome. Thank you.
One sec. Joanne, are you ready? Okay. Lawrence, you're ready. You're up. Do you have a PowerPoint?
I do, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the introduction, and good evening to yourself and to council and others on the call. I'll start my presentation right now. I presume everybody can see that now?
Yep.
Great. So good evening. My name is Lawrence Cudlip. I'm a partner and senior director with SEMA Canada Incorporated. We are a multidiscipline engineering architectural firm, and we were retained some time ago by the City of Thorold to advance the Maintenance and Operations Center, which we fondly call the MOC. In the addition and renovations program that was set forth when SEMA was retained for that work. So my presentation tonight's fairly brief. I think I have 8 or 9 slides, and my hopeful outcome is just to give everybody a sort of overview really of the project and where we're at with things. So I'll start with a little background in the design sequence, and I'll ask for your forgiveness in advance if I'm telling you things you already know about certain things about the site or the building program itself. I think I'm going to assume everyone's fairly familiar with where the building is and its location on Beaver Dams Road. The original building was originally designed and constructed, I think, as a pre-engineered type building back around 1977. So the site's fairly unique in terms of our experience with maintenance and operations centers, some distance back from Beaver Dam. So the visibility from the main road is limited because of the long driveway in. And the site has been functioning in this capacity, as I said, for some length of time now, somewhere in the neighborhood of 45 years. And many, I will say many parts of the existing building and site are actually original to that 1977 original construction. Let me just get rid of this, it's sort of annoying. So with some context and some pictures, I don't know how well versed council or your worship is with the site itself or the buildings, but the next couple of slides just collect a short inventory of photographs taken of both the inside and exterior of the building. So this is what we would call a pre-engineered building, which has a number of functions related to both vehicle storage, maintenance, and repair, as well as office and administrative functions for the works group that work out of this building on a daily basis. So these slides just give you a little bit of a flavor of what the facility looks like today. These pictures were all taken very recently, within the last year or so. As part of our scope of work, and because there was a deficit of existing building information, i.e. there were no as-built drawings, no old shop drawings, there's very little we could go on to begin the process of our work to design the proposed renovation and additions. We employed our digital scanning tools to help assemble the documents we needed to create the design. So these images are actually digital scanned images and photographs that just supplement what I showed you in the previous slide. But I wanted to make a point of saying that we have now captured and fully digitized in 3 dimensions the entire building. This slide is to give you a sense of the sort of so-called before and after. So the slide on the left is and again, this is all our 3D imagery that's been developed in the course of us working on the design program for the project. So the slide on the left is a 3D image of the existing facility, fairly, and this is actually a fairly accurate rendition, although it's rendered in less than real life conditions. To give you a sense of the existing building, I'm going to use metric numbers. I presume everybody's fairly conversant with that. So we're looking at a current gross floor area of about 1,850 square meters. There's a mixture of paved and unpaved surfaces in not the best condition generally around the site, with approximately 30 vehicle spaces in a kind of ersatz arrangement scattered around different parts of the site. The addition and renovation of the facility, which is demonstrated on the image on the right-hand side, gives you a sense of where we have focused the design activities that include a new and more logical entrance and security sequence into the site, a new 80 vehicle space paved and illuminated parking area with barrier-free accessible parking spaces, an upgraded entry sequence into the building, which is a reception and lobby space, and upgraded office areas for staff. And then off, if you can see my cursor, I hope you can, off to the left-hand side, that line there going to the left represents a new warehouse slash vehicle storage spaces within the building, simply added onto the existing volume. So we deliver a new building footprint of about 2,440 square meters, which is an increase of just a little under 600 square meters in total area. So the new pieces added on were actually this, and I'll show you in another slide, the entrance and lobby area here, again, the service and vehicle space here. And we do have another piece at the back, which is an outdoor open air car wash, vehicle wash, I should call it, rather than car wash. A little slightly more technical drawing, and I apologize for the tiny print here. The point of this drawing is just to get across, hopefully with a little help from my cursor, in plan view where the major changes that are part of the scope of work have taken place. So again, the major parking area out front and the connection to the existing driveway here. The main footprint of the building, which is here, and then the two major additions, which is approximately a 450 square meter garage addition to this side, to what we're going to call the east, or we're going to call north top of the drawing, and then a new entrance addition here, which provides direct access to the parking area, which also, as I mentioned earlier, would accommodate barrier-free parking to allow the direct connection to the building without having to cross what used to be the drive aisle that surrounded the building. So I will talk about some of the advantages of the process in a minute, but just to give you a sense of things, again, these images are intended to help an understanding of where the building was originally. So if you can see the slide clearly on the bottom left here, is the existing building in 3 dimensions with the roof, of course, removed. Give you a sense of the kind of rabbit warren of rooms and spaces in here with very limited expansion potential for office and administration functions, which is all within this zone here. Very limited and undersized and not currently AODA code compliant washroom facilities for the staff in the so-called back of house. And then some limitations in the existing repair facilities, which have been updated and pulled together over the last 40 plus years of the service life of the building. Feature out here, in case someone's asking, is a fueling station, which is fine and not intended for any changes. So on the right-hand side, the colored plan helps, but I think the 3D actually does a better job of illustrating where the changes are. So our mandate in working very closely with the city staff had us looking at an improved and more rationalized and open area for offices in the area of the previous offices. So we haven't actually expanded the building in any way here, but we've refreshed it completely, which includes a new taller space. There's some images I will show you in a minute, which accommodate for both fixed in place workstations as well as hoteling stations, which is what is becoming a very common and certainly in a works facility, very useful component of the admin functions where you don't need to designate an actual workstation for somebody. They can make use of a hoteling place to come in and take on a work assignment, do a timesheet, whatever they need to do. And simplified a major room for, it's not even that big actually, but a single meeting room, and then ancillary spaces associated with the office piece. The renovation an addition rather, to create a new entrance piece and lobby is off to this side here. Again, it has an immediate address to the parking, so there's visibility and what we would call intuitive wayfinding that would allow you, especially if you were a first-time visitor, and this is a quasi-public facility where people from the public would be arriving from time to time for various reasons. This would provide you that sort of logical entry, point of entry into the building, which contains a fairly generous space for waiting and a nice and ample work area for up to 2 to 3 people working in that zone. As the building gets bigger and activities become larger and more frequent, the space requirements for that were deemed to be very appropriate for the addition. Then, of course, there's a whole host of things that have happened inside the existing structure, which are all in the realm of renovation and not a new construction, new additions that include new gender-neutral locker and dedicated washroom spaces, new crew areas, including a lunch lounge space, which can also double as a training area, which is, in our opinion, a very efficient use of a larger space like that, where you can partition off part of it to do a smaller training session for a smaller group of people. And then the other major rooms and spaces, which have to do primarily with the operational side of things like storage and tool cribs and things of that nature. And then off to this side is the new piece, which includes a repair facility for trucks, including large scale repair, so these don't have to go off site. The usual utility type rooms, which are storage, which are not to be trivialized in a building like this where storage is at a premium. This area off to the side here, which is existing, is primarily vehicle storage, of course. So right now it's doing double duty for things such as warehousing. And then we have the other group taking the garage, the new garage addition here, which is a drive-through set of bays, using the same volume as the existing building. So we're matching aesthetically, but providing that kind of very useful additional vehicular storage space over here. So there's no repair in this. This is storage area in this particular zone. On to the next. Some cutaways just to give you a sense of scale and proportion for the proposed addition next to the existing building. So our mandate and our objective all along is to develop a program for expansion that suits the existing building, that doesn't turn this into some kind of large scale iconography or over the top design. We're making use of the existing volumes, integrating very common and economical approaches to interiors that include exposed steel decking and exposed structure that can be painted, exposed ductwork, etc. Nothing new that hasn't been done before, but it's very efficient and cost effective. So this gives you a sense of the much improved office environment. Again, built on the existing footprint, but raised up with new structure to create a much more pleasing, inviting, and not to mention more HVAC efficient space for the people who will be living and working in this part of the building. Likewise, reception, we simplified the idea of a simple roof structure over top of both the addition and the revised office areas to simplify the structural requirements and snow load issues, etc. separating that from the main roof of the existing building, which we did for structural reasons as well, because again, for reasons having to do with loading on an existing roof, it's a much simpler approach to build basically a separate complete structure, because we couldn't rely on the existing structural system of the existing building to be able to retain or resist any of the loading created by adding on to it, because we don't have any information on that building. So these other pieces just show you a little more detail: women's, the men's, the unisex approach to locker rooms, and then some idea about the amenity space having to do with this is the training room, the kitchen area that would be used, and facing south onto the back parking, so it would allow actually egress out onto those areas in better weather for staff enjoying their lunch, for instance. And then some quick elevations just to give you a sense of the package as a whole. Again, give you the idea that we were trying to integrate an addition and expansion into the building to have a noticeable but not overwhelming effect on the overall aesthetic and proportion of the existing building. So this is the front elevation to focus on, which is what you would see while you're parking your car and approaching the building. So the use of high efficiency new mechanical equipment, new lighting, new controls for both of those to manage and better effectively control the operational costs of the facility. All the insulation values for new work in particular would be code compliant today, which I can tell you based on what was built in 1977 are completely different. All the glazing is high efficiency glass, which actually has a very, very effective view value, despite the fact it's facing north. So the heat gain, heat loss is actually minimized through that kind of construction and detailed design. I think these are my last slides now, some imagery just to show you what this would look like in fairly realistic terms from our computer rendering models. Give you a sense of the entrance feature and associated parking areas next to it. And then inside the office addition and what that would feel and look like with a large open space. And then the entry sequence here with an ample, open and welcoming, in our opinion, lobby reception area for staff and visitors. And that is my presentation. I think I'm happy to take questions, and I believe I have Curtis Dre and Jeff Holman are also available for any of the questions anybody might have. Fire away.
Yeah, Lawrence, I'm just wondering, thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome.
I'm just having been involved in some of these new buildings before, both the staff and the unionized workers, were any of them asked for any input? Like example, say mechanics asked where they'd like their airlines run, or water lines, in their shop, stuff like that. Was that taken into consideration?
Yeah, Curtis might want to jump in. There was a fair bit of what we would call an integrated design process, where as we advance the designs, and what you're seeing, of course, is the culmination of probably about 18 to 20 months worth of design work. So those designs, as they were progressing through the various progresses of schematic to more detailed design, were vetted through Curtis's team with the users within the building.
Yeah, okay, that's great, because it's a lot easier to do it ahead of time than to make
Oh,
changes
yeah.
later.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, thank you for the presentation. We have two eyesores in Thorold, this center and the fire hall, so I'm glad to see we're moving towards getting this going and finding out how we're going to pay for it and get it built for the future. So very exciting, great presentation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My mic's off. Go ahead, Councillor Neil, sorry.
Thank you. What are the next steps, like the costs? I don't see any costs involved in this, so what are the next steps?
Maybe I'd let Jeff or Curtis jump in on that one.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess it's been about 2 months ago, maybe a month ago, we presented a report with a recommendation that the project be referred to the budget deliberations. The cost at that time, I believe in the report, was somewhere in the neighborhood of $8.2 million, which is a big ticket item. And it was understandable that we couldn't get a decision that evening, that we needed to consider, among other projects that we're working on, where this fit into the capital program. So that's kind of where we are. That's why I believe at the meeting there was a request to have this presentation, and that's why this is coming to you tonight.
Thank you, Jeff. Any further questions? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter or staff. Very good presentation. Thank you. I've been waiting to see something like this for years. I'm just wondering, the design, is there anything built into the design for future growth? Has it been built just to satisfy our needs today, or is there room for expanding staff? Because obviously we're getting bigger every year.
Jeff or Curtis?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councilor Longer, yes, we've taken into consideration growth of the department. There's an extra office or two built in there, as well as future growth of the cubicles as well. There's enough space in there to accommodate our existing staffing levels under the Public Works and Community Services, as well as future growth for probably 10 to 15 years.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yes, I would just like to ask, of that 8.2 million, is there any funding out there federally or provincially that we can apply to help offset the costs?
Go ahead. Who wants to tackle that one? Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, and we are we're looking at every opportunity for funding for where this project fits. I know that the feds and the province have announced some funding over the past year or so that we weren't able to take advantage of, or were more geared towards other types of capital retrofits. Yeah, I think that's going to be the key for us, is to find some additional funding from various sources. There is a portion of the funding that we'll be able to pull from development charges. However, any amount that we get from grants would then be discounted against that amount that we can get from development or revenue we get from new growth. So it's kind of a double-edged sword for us. But I think you're right, that the key for us is to find some opportunity to get external funding here to help us reduce the impact on the tax-supported portion of our budget.
Thank you. Does that answer your question, Councillor Kenny? Okay, Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Jeff then. So what do you need from us? Do you need us to okay it into budget? Obviously not saying it's going to get built, but okay it into budget so you can take the next steps to go after funding?
I think, Mr. Mayor, I think we're basically at that point. We have, if you approve the design, if you receive the presentation tonight, then that basically fixes the design, which fixes the cost and allows us to start to seek other funding sources. The decision about whether we're moving ahead with it tonight is not, that decision's not being made. That will be reserved for budget night.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Seeing none, then I need a mover and a seconder that council received the presentation from SEMA regarding the Municipal Operations Center for information. I got Councillor Decker and a seconder, Councillor Sentence. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, that's done. I want to thank you, Lawrence, once again for your presentation. And thank you, Jeff and Curtis, as well, for being here to answer questions. And you're not done yet, so don't worry, we got more work for you yet. Okay, thank you. We move on to motion to receive and file minutes or adopt recommendations of council committees and boards. Minutes to review for information purposes, moved by Councillor Sentence, seconded by Councillor Neal, that council receive and file the minutes of the committees of council local boards as presented. Age-Friendly Committee, Darlene Ryan, Port Robinson Community Center, Thorold Public Library Board, Thorold Runway Recognition, and Lake Gibson Corridor Preservation Task Force. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. We now have minutes to endorse recommendations. I have a mover, Councillor DeRose, and a seconder, Councillor Kenny, that the Age-Friendly Committee order 5,000 rack cards from Print 3 and Thorold in the amount of $241, and that the funds be transferred from the Bocce event to the rack cards promotion. Does anyone want to speak to that? Councillor Longo, go ahead.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had my hand up for the Lake Gibson one.
Oh, that's next.
Yeah, okay, I thought you were doing them together.
No.
Sorry.
Okay, anyone want to speak to that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Lake Gibson Committee, I have mover, Councillor Neal. Seconder, Councillor Sentence. There's two different ones. We'll do them separate. First one is that council requests the Director of Planning and Development Services to move up the priority for the mapping of the Lake Gibson corridor to facilitate planning of the area by provision of boundary definition. So we'll open the floor for discussion on that. Does anyone want to speak to that? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a quick question. I just found out about this today. It just showed up on the agenda. Can I get an explanation on what we're doing here, if there's a cost involved? I don't really see anything attached to it.
I know, I'll let Councillor Neal speak, and I don't know if there's anyone from planning as well that wants to speak. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, this was because we did bring this forward as a motion a couple of meetings ago, and we'd like to prioritize it. As far as I know, at the present moment, there's no cost to it. There may be a budgeted amount that may come forward at the proper time, and we will discuss it and review it at that time. But at the present moment, there's no cost involved in it.
So what you're saying is that this motion will move it up to priority and they'll bring it to the budget? Is that what you're looking for?
That's probably what will happen, yes.
Denise, did you want to comment on that? Our manager of planning, Denise Landry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just going to kind of echo your comment about this project being brought forward as part of the 2022 capital budget, and it will be discussed at that point.
Does that answer your concerns, Councillor Longo?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I say, there was no attachment, so I didn't know what we were voting on.
Okay. Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the second recommendation from the Lake Gibson Committee, moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Kenny, that council requests that staff erect or have erected a pole and platform to accommodate a nest for ospreys in location as per Mickey DeFruscia. And again, Councillor Neal, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, it's just that we would like to see an osprey nest put in the area, because there are ospreys that do come up and do stop in the Lake Gibson area, and we'd like to have a platform built, specifically Mickey's recommendation to have one there for an osprey.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak to that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed, that is carried. Statement by councillors. Waive parking fees for downtown parking. Councillor DeRose, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I want to put a motion forward to my fellow councillors. In light of the last few years, the struggles local businesses have faced, the motion is to waive parking fees for downtown parking. That council requests the Director of Planning and Development Services to waive any fees for parking downtown Thorold from December 8th, 2021, starting tomorrow till the new year, till New Year's Eve till 2022.
Does anyone want to speak to that? I think it's something we've done on a regular basis. Can I make a
You're correct, Mayor. We
friendly,
have done it in the past.
Friendly amendment that we waive them for the month of December? I think we should do it right to the end of the year. I think we've done it that way in the past. I'll let Jason.
No, I did change that after speaking to Manoj earlier today. Yes, to the new year.
Yeah. So just can we just put from December 8th to what?
To the new year.
To 31st of December. How's that? Or Jason, did you want to comment on that? I see you're there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just looking for some clarification on whether the council wishes it to be waived for permit holders or just the pay-by-plate holder, people that come and visit for short term.
I think in the past we've just done it for the people that are shopping, but correct me if I'm wrong, or does anyone have any comment they want to make on that? By all means. Go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Well, thank you. I just think it's a great idea to like Councillor DeRose said, just to encourage people shopping locally in downtown and Thorold. I think that's a great way to support our local businesses. So you definitely have my support.
Okay, is there anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Just a question to Jason, if I could. If somebody works over there regularly, do they buy a permit by the month or by the year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, they would buy the permit by the month.
Okay. What about the person that works over there that already bought the permit for December? Would we give them a credit for January? I don't think that's fair that
no.
If they buy a permit all year and they bought the month of December already, and we waive it now, that they would have to pay for it. I think we should maybe think of a friendly amendment that they would get credit for this January or something.
I think, Councillor Kenny, when we spoke that we were talking just for shoppers, just for the shopping public. Like if you go downtown St. Catharines and they waive the parking it's for the metered parking for shopping, my understanding. Is that what we're looking at? Because that's my understanding what we're looking at. Councillor DeRose, is that your intent?
That was my intent, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Hey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intent is that we will keep on the permit parking, so we are going to charge that money for that. The shoppers who are coming at this point in time, or that we have 2 hours of free parking, and subsequent to that, if they are staying longer, they do pay $1 an hour. So what my understanding is, what Councillor DeRose is saying, is that we waive that. So we have parking lot that has parking machines. We'll back those parking machines so you can stay in downtown longer than 2 hours without paying any parking fees. That's my understanding. Is that right, Councillor DeRose? Thank you.
Yes, to the CAO, yes.
Okay, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, and also can we make sure that we have a sign stating that parking is free for the month of December as one thing, and second thing, to make sure that the machines are working when we do start it back up in January, because there's been a couple tickets given out, and from what I understand, our meters were not working in the parking lots, but they were given a ticket anyways. So if you would make sure that those ticket holders those ticket meters are working properly too.
Yep. And what we'll do is we'll notify the BIA. We'll get Marco to send a note out to all to the BIA to get it out to the stores, and we can put it on social media and different things.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, we will put it on our website and all our Facebook page as well to inform everyone that this is the direction that council is taking. Thank you.
Okay, so that is the motion. It's for the month of December. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And then Councilor DeRose, you're up again for request for information relating to police officer assignment in Thorold. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Approximately for the last 40 years, Thorold has had 2 regional police officers assigned to our municipality. We pay over $6 million a year to the region. This past fall, I was called by a resident on Holland Road about a dangerous situation on Holland Road near Cataract. I called Niagara Regional Police, told them if they can have whoever goes out there to reach out to me so I can help them explain the situation better. I didn't get that, so I called at 5 in the afternoon. I got called back at around 11 o'clock. And the officer made a smart aleck comment that maybe I said, I can't believe you took that long to get to this call. And he said, the gentleman said, maybe Thorold should hire their own police department. So I want to make a motion. I think we're being shortchanged in this, and I want to make a motion to request for information relating to police officer assignment in Thorold, that council requests Niagara Region Police Services to provide information on the number of NRPS officers assigned to the city of Thorold, and that council requests the Niagara Regional Police Services to provide a comparison with other Niagara municipalities on population increase and other assignments since 2000. And that in accordance with Section 11(1) of the Comprehensive Police Services Act, council requests Niagara Region Police Service to consider the allocation of additional officers to the city of Thorold that appropriately reflect residential growth. And that in accordance with Section 41(4) of the Act, council requests the tax accounts for the NRPS for the period beginning 2000 and ending 2021, and that a copy of this resolution be provided to the Police Services Board for consideration and recommendation of additional policing measures for the city of Thorold.
And does anyone want to speak to that? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what the councillor is stating. Just a brief background, we used to have 12 officers at the detachment in Thorold. We had a community-based policing office in downtown Thorold, and it's eroded over time. I think maybe we even, besides having the information sent to us, is having someone from the NRP to come and talk to us, and we can ask questions on the policing of our particular city. And I agree with Councillor DeRose. I think we need more officers. The last time, which is a couple of years ago, the NRP told me that they have one officer from Welland Detachment, one officer from the Niagara Falls Detachment, and 2 officers from the St. Catharines Detachment at any given point in time, covering our whole community. And unless there's a major thing happening, like Winterberry, for instance, that they only have maybe another half a dozen to 10 officers at any point in time in the St. Catharines, Beansville area. So it would be nice to have them come and discuss how they approach policing in our community. So I agree with Councillor DeRose, and maybe he could add to his motion is to have them present to us at a future meeting.
That sounds good, because just before COVID happened, they were all, well, actually when COVID did happen in the April, once the state of emergency was declared in March, but in that April, we were all set to have a public meeting here in the council chambers, and the chief and this group were going around to all the municipalities and doing a public information center and inviting the public, but what happened was all that got put on hold because of COVID. But that was something that we initiated that was going to happen, and it got put on the back burner. But having someone come and present to council, I think, is a good thing to add to that, Councillor Neal. But I do know that when we need assistance, they bring the bodies in, because we've had that happen many times in the issues we've been facing in the Winterberry area. And so anyways.
Well, I would second Councillor DeRosa's motion if he would just add in that we have a presentation by the NRP at a future date.
Okay, is that good, Councillor DeRosa? You take that as a friendly amendment?
Yes, and I just wanted, yes, I agree with Councillor Neal. I'll accept that. And I just wanted to point out, we've been growing. From what I read in local papers, crime's on the rise. We're more spread out with all the subdivisions. And I think just even having a presence, it can be proactive as far as, like you said, Mayor, they do come, but that's more of a reactive situation.
No, I agree. But we're, believe me, we had these discussions during budget at the region. And every municipality is making the same request, and it's a fair request. And I agree with where you're coming from on this 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Longo, I seen you had your hand up. Did you want to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You just answered it. I was wondering if this had come up at the region, since policing is a regional
yes, yeah,
priority. So you've answered it. Thank you.
But I do think having them come to our council is a good thing, just like we do with other bodies at the region. And we'll definitely work to get that set up. Okay, so that's, I had a mover, Councillor DeRosa, and Councillor Neal, you're going to second that with your friendly amendment? Yes. And the amendment added was to have them come to council. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And up next, I have Councillor Wilson, and she wants to speak on the cannabis store application on Front Street.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to my fellow councillors. I did have a very concerned call from a resident of Front Street in downtown Thorold, that at 50 Front Street North, there was a notice posted by the Alcohol and Gaming Commission that a cannabis store application is in progress there. There's several concerned citizens in the area about that being placed there. And on this notice, there is a deadline for submissions of December 13th. So if there's any residents that are against that, you can find that and send an email on your behalf, obviously. But what I was hoping to do was on this posting, it states that the cannabis resale store authorization may be issued to this applicant unless the register finds it not to be in the public interest. And one of the points of public interest would be protecting youth and restricting their access to cannabis. So my reason being for bringing this up is, it's right by the Tim Hortons. So we all know kids at the high school there at Thorold High. If you've ever gone there at lunchtime, you have no hope of getting a coffee. So there's several teenagers that are just around the corner from that. I don't feel it's an appropriate location. I know it might be outside of the 100 meters that they prescribed, but I don't agree that that's far enough from our schools. And how many of these stores are we going to have in the city, right? So I do respect the concerns of these residents nearby and not wanting that right beside their business and the type of traffic that it does attract. And so for that, I'll read my motion that council request that the mayor's office prepare a letter of opposition to the opening of coconut cannabis at 50 Front Street North, Thorold, addressed to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, and that the letter be submitted by the December 13 deadline. So I'm hoping for everybody's support. My thought was it would look great, and we'd be supporting our residents if, as a council, we sent a letter stating our concerns.
Speakers. Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not that I don't share your concern, Councillor Wilson, but I believe when the province of Ontario came to the city of Thorold, they laid down the rules. And if this falls within the rules, I don't know if the city of Thorold has the ability to stop it, to be quite honest. I don't know if the staff from planning or the CAO want to chime in, but this was made very clear by the provincial government. We couldn't, once we allowed to have cannabis shops, and it was a concern of mine, we could have 25 cannabis shops on Front Street and we can't do anything about it. Unless somebody knows different or if things have changed, but that's my understanding. So again, I'm not opposing you. I just don't know if this will do anything. So if staff can chime in, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll get.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Well, no, I'm gonna let staff, I'll let staff respond first because they might have some information and then you can speak again for sure, Councillor Wilson. Go ahead, I'll let Denise speak first and then our city clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Councillor Longo. You are correct that council did decide to permit these. Within our zoning bylaw, anywhere that permits a retail use, a cannabis store selling cannabis would be permitted. And 50 Front Street is zoned our downtown commercial main use zone, and as such, that zone does permit retail uses. So this proposed use would be a permitted use under the city zoning bylaw.
Thank you, Denise. Joanne, did you want to speak on that?
Through the mayor to members of council, yeah, specifically that might be a planning question as council has already chosen to opt into cannabis retail. So I'm not sure what value a letter would be, and maybe planning can kind of speak to that. And they already answered the question with regards to zoning.
Go ahead, Denise, if you want to add.
Through the mayor to council, I'll just reiterate that the zoning permits the use. I mean, of course, council could pass a motion not to support the application, but our zoning bylaw does permit the use.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wilson, now you can speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully aware that it's a retail zoning and that obviously it would be permitted from the city's perspective. But however, I do believe that, although a letter might not be the answer, it might not finish it, it might not solve the problem and stop it from happening. I think it's important to support our residents, and I think there is merit in how close it is to a high school. And though we might not have the power to say, no, this can't happen, but we can definitely make our opinion voiced that we're standing up for our residents and trying to keep our children safe. That's the point of this. Not that I think us doing this is totally going to stop it from happening. I know from our bylaw, we can't stop it from happening, but I think showing support and protecting kids by a school is appropriate for this council.
Councillor Longo, did you want to add anything? Or that answered your questions? Or?
Well, if we want to write a letter, that's fine, sure. Let's write a letter. But why don't we write a letter and say we don't want any cannabis stores?
Well,
there's children all over our community. But I understand the point, but I don't know if it's going to do any good. But sure, let's write the letter.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we've done things when we don't think we can win or it's not going to work before. I think we could support this, like Councillor Longo said, writing a letter and see what happens. We have 3 of these stores in the city of Thorold. We're 18,000 people. I don't think this is a terrible request, and I'm not judging anybody. Many friends, family that use this recreationally, but the proximity of where it is, and we have 3 already. I would be more than willing to support sending a letter. Thank you.
Councillor Kenny.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this for the reason that when the store appeared at the Pine Plaza, I was approached by one of the store owners to try and stop it, and I did some investigation, and just like Councillor Longo said, we bought into it. We're into it. So we can't stop it. What are we going to do? Every time a store comes up and neighbors talk to us, we're going to send another letter? I mean, it's over. The fight's over. We took the money, and nobody wants them next door. But at the end of the day, I just think that we're wasting our time, and So that's why I won't support sending a letter, because we're gonna get, the next application, we're gonna get neighbors to send another letter. And it's
Okay.
not gonna do anything.
Anyone else? Okay, all those in favor to oh no, I need a seconder for that. Is there a seconder? Counselor Sentence. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Aye? What? It's carried. Am I right? Did you get that? What's 4-3? Okay. Delegations to report. Hi?
Before you start, Mr. Mayor, I think clerk wants to say that we will be, if you start the presentation, we'll be past 10 p.m. So we need to get that motion to go beyond 10. Thanks.
Okay, I need a mover and a seconder to go beyond 10 because we have a lot of work yet. We're not getting out of here by 10 if we go forward. I have a mover, Councillor Decker, and a seconder, Councillor Sentence. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Delegations to report. We have 3 delegations. John Valley and Michael Thier from G. Douglas Valet Limited are up first, and this is regarding fire station. Are they here? John? Well, and Michael too?
I'm here. Michael Thayer's here.
Okay, so Michael and John, you're up.
Okay, Your Worship, I have a PowerPoint presentation which I'll try to share with you here. If the clerk can help me out with that.
You just, yeah, you can just share your screen.
Yeah, I'm just working on it here.
There you go.
Can you see my screen now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you very much. Your Worship and members of council, we are here tonight to talk to you about your new fire station in Thorold. And I know it's been a long evening. The clerk advises we have 5 minutes, so I'll try to be brief in my comments. Well, now I'm just having a little lockup with my software here. Bear with me for a second. I'm sorry, I'm having a little technical issue here.
What's that? Yeah. Go ahead, you've got actually 10 minutes on this presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just having to reboot my PowerPoint here. Sorry for the inconvenience. So while I'm waiting for that to load again, my name is John Valley, and I'm the president at G. Douglas Valet Limited. And Michael Thier is with me tonight. Michael is the project architect for your project. And I believe Melissa Stickle may be online as well. Melissa is our director of architecture. She had another meeting this evening as well, so I'm not sure if she's with us or not. But nonetheless, we'll proceed as best we can here, as soon as we can get things going. So let me try sharing again. There, we should be able to see everything now. But it still will not allow me to advance my slides. Which is very strange. The clerk has a copy of the presentation. Is it possible for you to put it up for me?
Sorry, I'm just pulling it up here. Give me a second.
It works fine until I try to share my screen and then it locks.
There you go. Just tell me when to go to the next slide.
Okay, go to the next slide, please. No, we need to back up a little bit. We're halfway down the presentation, right up to the top, if you would. Yep. Okay, and the next slide. So again, my name is John Valley. Michael Fear is with me, our architect, and Melissa, I think, is online, who's our director of architect. So if you could go to the next slide. So our assignment with the city of Thorold has been twofold. Assignment one, we entered into a contract with the city to do schematic design for your station. So this involved a long process working with your staff and the stakeholders in the fire station to develop what we call a functional program for the station. This reviews the needs of the fire department, administrative needs, firefighting needs, the overall layout of the station, and so on. And from that functional program, we then developed a schematic floor plan for the station, which was the overall layout, the arrangement of rooms. We came up with elevations, what the building would look like, a schematic site plan, and so on. And then we developed our opinion of construction cost for the station. So that was our first assignment, and that has been completed for roughly a year now. The city then issued a request for proposals, and we were successful in being retained for the second phase or second assignment, which is implementation of that schematic design. And that's the process that we're in now. It's ongoing. Through this process, we are developing final designs, detailed drawings that would be suitable for building permit, tender documents to go out to general contractors, and so on. So that's basically the stage where we are at now. We are nearing the completion of that phase. Once that's done, the next steps would be to tender the work to general contractors. And then during construction, we would actually provide on-site reviews, administer the contract between the city and the contractor, and provide all on-site services for you during that time. So that sort of outlines for you the two phases that we've been involved with this station. If you go to the next slide. In our first assignment, we talked about a functional program. So this slide simply shows the front cover, if you will, of that document. It also shows what the station was visioned to look like at the time. And you'll see we list in this cover page 52 some odd rooms within the station, and each room has a page within this report that details the functionality of the room, what it's required for, spatial requirements, lighting requirements, data requirements. All these things were all prepared as part of our first assignment that we did with you. And if you go to the next slide. So out of that functional program came this schematic floor plan. This is very similar to what we are currently showing. There's been some minor tweaking, but not much change actually since we developed this. So you can see in the big blue area in the middle, we have the apparatus bay, which showing some fire trucks sitting in there. To the right-hand side of those bays are some darker purple areas. Those are equipment rooms, and there's SCADA rooms. We have some storage in that area. And then up at the top in that, on the right, and the light blue all the way to the right, is a gear room for decontamination. If you then go across the hall to the other side, yes, just above that, there's some darker brown areas. You'll see that these are the decontamination halls. So when the firefighters return from a fire event, they can go into these rooms. Men is on the top, women on the bottom of that hallway. And in there that you will find showers for firefighters to clean themselves when they return. There's toilets, there's wash sinks, there's lockers for storage of clean clothes so they can change into after they've been cleaned. And then they proceed from there into the balance of the station, which is the lighter green rooms down at the bottom are all administration rooms, offices, and so on. Up near the top, you see sort of a bright yellow room. That is a kitchen, because this is a live-in station, which is home to the firefighters. Up near the top, you see some green rooms. Those are dormitory areas where firefighters would actually sleep. And to the left of that is a darker blue area, which is meant for equipment training and workout areas to keep the firefighters fit and good physical condition. Near the middle of the space is a large training room. It can be divided into 2 separate rooms. So we have a whole host of uses that are being accommodated in this layout that was developed again back in the schematic design phase in phase 1 of our assignment. If you scroll down to the next page, the last part of that original assignment, which was completed exactly a year ago in December of 2020, we looked at the cost of what we thought this station was going to be. At that stage, it was very schematic design. So we simply took a look at another fire station that we had recently tendered. It's in Brantford. That station is now complete and occupied. And we looked at the tendered cost from that in 2019. So that data was a year old at the time. And it was $520 per square foot of station area. We extrapolated that to Thorold stations being roughly 17,000 square feet and came up with 8.8 million is what we expected for construction costs. Then we applied some factor to that to allow for inflation at 2% per year. That got us up to a 2021 cost of about 9.1 million. And then we thought we should add a little bit of contingency on that because we always want to allow for some unknown. So we recommended, a year ago, we recommended a budget of roughly $10 million to build this fire station. And that is where that process that we were in a year ago, that's where that ended. So then if we go to the next slide, in contract 2, which is what we're working on now, and again, this slide's a little bit difficult to see, but we started looking more at your site layout. We've positioned the building on the site. We've gone through the beginnings of your site plan approval process, dealing with your agencies and so on. It's very difficult to read on this slide. It's not intended to be a presentation, but more a schematic or a detailed design drawing. There's parking lots, there's areas for visitor parking, drive-throughs and all that. So we've addressed the actual site work as well as the building itself. The next slide that you can see actually shows the end product of the floor plan. So this is very, very similar to what we had at the schematic design stage. There has been some adjustment and tweaking of the floor plan. The decontamination hall area where the firefighters go to clean after fire event has been improved in design with additional showers. We've included some, reworked a bit the dormitory area up in the top left, introduced a laundry facility in that area for domestic laundry as opposed to dirty post-fire event laundry. But the station basically has the same layout as it did at the schematic design stage, and that's what you see here. Again, the bright yellow area where the cursor is the kitchen facility, which we believe is a really important part of any firefighting station, especially when you have live-in firefighters. And immediately to the top of that is a big white area, which is an outdoor patio. So this provides some recreational space for staff who are living at this facility. If you go on to the next slide, we show the perspective rendering view of the current design. This has changed a little bit from the original concept that was done in phase 1. We've eliminated some towers over some doors to reduce cost in certain areas. The one tower that you see there has been raised slightly to make it a little more prominent, give this building a little more presence from the street. But generally, the building is presented as it was back in the schematic design stage. If we go to the next slide, we start a series of cost estimates. So when we do a project like this, we do a series of cost estimates that increase in accuracy as the design evolves. So this is all an effort to make sure that we're staying in budget and that we know where we are. So this Class C estimate that was done by Hanscom. Hanscom is a subconsultant to the Valley, to our firm. They are specialists in quantity surveyors and cost estimators for construction projects just like this. We've worked with Hanscom for a number of years and had really good success with them. So this is a Class C estimate. C is the earliest one, and then you go to a B estimate and finally an A estimate when you have more detailed design. So the more detail we can provide them, the more accurate their cost estimate is. So back in July, I'm not going to go through the details, But you see back in July, we were talking about a total construction cost there of, call it 9.4 million. Fairly consistent again with the $10 million that we suggested to the city back in December of last year. So then if you go to the next slide, please. Then we evolved into a Class B estimate. So at this stage, we had more detail, more design for Hanscom. They've updated their cost estimate in October. Again, there was not much change here. We're still looking at around $9.4 million to build the station, fairly consistent. And then if we go to the next slide, it presents the Class A estimate, which is based on our drawings, which are nearing a state of readiness to go to tender. They're not quite finished, but they're fairly close and being ready to tender. So you'll see at this stage, partway up, there's a subtotal construction cost, which is now just over $10 million. We're all aware that supply chain issues and costing is becoming more and more of a concern, especially in the construction industry. But that is fairly consistent again with the $10 million that we recommended in 2020. You will see a couple of lines down here where there's a COVID-19 factor as per architect of 10%. That is what we have suggested needs to be added onto this estimate to account for basically COVID unknowns. We have tendered other fire stations recently, and we're seeing a dramatic spike in cost. That is a result of what I just talked about. Steel is more expensive, wood is more expensive, labor is hard to get, supply chain issues and delivery times are being extended. And all these factors are driving up the cost of construction. We have been concerned that the $10 million in pre-COVID may be a reasonable number, but that we need to have some allowance to account for this COVID factor, if you will. Now, I do want to caution council that, now we're showing an $11 million project as opposed to a $10 million that we had talked about a year ago. But the reality in the construction market is that there's simply a lot of volatility out there. Contractors are struggling with supply chain issues. And, we see that every day. Drive by a new car dealership that normally has 100 cars for sale, and maybe now they have only a stock of maybe 10 new vehicles on their lot, just because there's a supply chain challenge. That same supply chain challenges, they also extend into construction cost. We have a project right now under construction, and the contractor is unable to source the required steel in Canada or in the United States. That steel is being imported, if you can believe it, from Mexico and driven all the way across the United States to reach our Ontario project. And so these are the kinds of factors that our general contractors are dealing with, which makes pricing very volatile. So, we are looking here at the bottom line there of $11 million. And that is our best guess, but I have to caution council, that is simply a guess because of COVID. The only way you're going to really know for sure what the construction cost is going to be for this project is to, in fact, go out for tenders and receive those bids. But we wanted to, I just want to make sure that I emphasize that to council so that it's clearly understood that there is volatility in the market, and you can't take this as a sort of an upset limit. So I think I've said enough on that, and you've got more questions on that if you want. So if we go to our next slide, the question of course is, where do we go from here to make this station a reality? So we are working towards finalizing our tender documents now to make the job ready to go to tender. But obviously that tender call would not happen without support and council direction to proceed. We're hoping that that direction could come in the spring. I understand that's when your budget deliberations are, and that we would go out to tender to general contractors perhaps in April. That would allow us to then perhaps have a construction contract awarded by council sometime in May, which could facilitate a construction start sometime in July of this year, and an occupancy sometime the following year. I would say there's probably a good 12 months, perhaps a little bit more, to actually construct this station. So it's a long period of construction process. So that does wrap up my remarks. as I say, Michael Thier is here with me today. Michael is the project architect. He has much more intimate knowledge of this building and the design than I do. So depending on any questions that you have, I may field them, or I've got Michael if I need a little backup. So with that, I'll turn it over and be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, John. And John and Michael are here to answer questions, and I got Councillor Neil up first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I went through the Trenton Fire Station with the new one that's just been built, and I have about 20 pictures of the inside, and the functionality of what you are proposing is very similar to what they have built over the last 2 years. And that just a question is, why only 3 bays and not 4?
Well, that was part of the functional program that was developed in coordination with the municipality. So we have no real reason why there's only 3. Well, most of our.
I just wondered if maybe from the fire service, total fire service,
yeah.
maybe
Chief
maybe
Dixon.
the chief can answer that particular question.
Chief Dixon's here. Go ahead, Chief Dixon. You want to answer that question regarding bays?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Neil. The reason for not having 4 bays is cost. It all comes down to cost for the city of Thorold. I think we can function okay with 3 bays, and to add a 4th bay was going to be close to $1 million. So
that's a good comment.
So that's the reason I would prefer 4 bays, but for cost purposes, I believe we can manage with 3.
Okay. And the second thing is that it's a beautiful building. Do we need all the beauty? Or would it change the cost of the building itself if we didn't have the clock on top and all of those extras on top of the building, for instance?
That's for me?
Yeah, Michael, that one's for you.
Okay. Generally, fire stations have historically taken a very prominent role in the municipality in terms of very civic buildings. And we could go very pragmatic, very functional. However, we find that at most places, they want to have some kind of presence with their fire stations to some degree. The question is how far back could pair it while maintaining some kind of civic presence. That's well, that can be discussed if you wish to reduce cost cutting, but we thought we'd like to work with this budget to give you the best looking building we possibly could.
No, I think the functionality of the building is excellent, because when I went through Trenton's, everything you've got in ours is similar to what they put in theirs. So I congratulate you on designing that particular fire station. I also been past the front of Brantford's fire station, but not the inside. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Is there anyone else with questions for our presenters? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
Yeah, the price tag's obviously pretty high, and everybody's going to be concerned about that. A couple of things I noticed. Domestic laundry room, like I can understand we have to get our equipment washed when they get back from a fire, but a domestic laundry room, and I know they all have them, but the fitness room, like, are we the taxpayer is gonna pay for a fitness room for firefighters that are there to work? I don't know, it's just, like, where does it stop? Domestic laundry room and a fitness room, I have trouble paying for.
I could comment on that. So our firm specializes in fire stations. We've got right now fire stations going on in the design process all the way from yours all the way down to Sarnia, and some in between. For the stations that are full-time stations with crew that live in the station, the equipment room is a fairly standard thing. Firefighter fitness is very important for health and safety, and we will encourage our firefighters to be in top physical condition when they have to go and carry people out of burning buildings and so on. So that's something that they're encouraged to do, and has become quite commonplace in these stations like that. The Brantford Fire Station, which has been referenced, for example, does have a workout room in it for those staff members as well. So I understand where you're going, but I'm just letting you know it is fairly common in this type of building.
Thank you.
John, just to let you know, I'm a union guy and I'm all in favor of them getting what they need, but I think that this part of the building has gone too far. That's all. It's just a point of mine. That's all.
I should let you know too, the fitness room in this building is also sort of dual purpose, if you will, and the chief can talk maybe more about that, but it's also planned that in the future, if we needed more dormitory space, that could expand into what is now the fitness room. So it's got sort of a longer term process as well. And I think the chief has anticipated that there may be more dormitory space required in the future.
Thank you. Is there anyone else have, I had Councillor Sentence, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, just a couple of questions, I think, for the chief here. Well, I love the design. It's been a long time coming. The chief sent us those sheets from 1991 and 87. So it is something that we need. We have to, again, find a way to pay for it. Is this, like my other question, is this putting it into budget? Does that get us a step closer to finding funding and from different sources to get money for this project? Then I have a second question, if I can.
Yeah, go ahead, Chief Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Sentence, yes, my understanding is this gets us that much closer to that process. Kind of like the Operations Center too, you've got to be shovel ready to go to get granting from the federal and provincial governments. So that is absolutely the choice we'd like to make if we can get that far.
Okay, I'll support that going in. It doesn't guarantee what we're going to do, but I think it needs to go in there so we can get to that point. The old fire hall, I read in that the original reports, they were thinking about selling the old fire hall to pay down some of the debt. Is that still a possibility down there? Maybe somebody else, Councillor Longo, knows a price tag on that, but if we can bring down the price by selling that, it seemed to be an idea before.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Sentence, yes, I believe it was the 1996 report did state that that council sell the Station 1 where it is to help build lower the cost for the new station on Collier Road, but ultimately that becomes council's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, is there an office for the volunteers or a place for the volunteers?
Through you, Mayor, Councillor Neal, yes, there's going to be a complete office for the volunteers. A couple of things I'd like to mention about the schematics of the building also. It is our emergency operations center, and that's why there's a division in the training rooms. So if we have an emergency, we can split those rooms as necessary. It will have a little KitchenAid in the one training room for that purpose. Also, the equipment room is also available for all firefighters in the city of Thorold. The exercise room, it's not just for career staff, it's going to be available for all firefighters in the city. So moving forward, that's the direction I would like to see our fire service go. But just wanted to be clear that it is our operation, going to be our operations center as well.
Okay, Councillor Neal, you have any further questions? Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, I want to thank Michael and John for your presentation and answering questions from council, and thank you very much. We're going to move on to, I have two more presenters. I have Ryan Weicker, President of IAFF Local 1182. Ryan, are you there?
Mr. Weicker is not here. He's not present, but I do have Danielle, our third presenter, is here.
Okay, so we'll go on to presenter 3, which is Daniela Irvin, Thorold Station number 1 volunteer firefighters. Danielle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council, for allowing me the time to speak this evening. I have been a volunteer with Thorold Fire and Emergency Services since 2012. In 2019, I was appointed to the role of captain, and I am also a member of our training committee. As a captain and a member of the training committee, I am responsible for organizing and assisting and facilitating a lot of the training for our Station 1 volunteers. This has proven to be a challenge, especially with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. When the pandemic began, Chief Dixon had no choice but to ensure the career staff was maintaining social distancing to adhere to the public safety guidelines. This meant that the full-time firefighters needed to move to the second floor of Station 1, where there was more space for them to adequately spread out. This was formerly the volunteers' training space. We are now using the truck bays for certain training evolutions as well as in-class training. This means we have no tables, no chairs, no use of projectors or screens for pertinent training materials that need to be obtained. We are training in the truck bays regardless of the weather conditions. In the winter, it is poorly heated and very cold, and in the summer, it is very hot. We are sitting or kneeling on the concrete floors, which means our training is very limited. The truck bays are also known to have very heavy, unpleasant odors anytime there's any form of precipitation due to the fact that the sewers drain inside the bays and release gases. In addition to the inability to facilitate adequate training for our volunteer firefighters, we are also faced with a number of health and safety concerns after a fire. There is only one shower in the station we are at. This means there is no ability to correctly decontaminate after a fire. According to national fire guidelines, as well as the Ministry of Labor, firefighters should not be wearing the clothing they are wearing at a fire for any time longer than is absolutely necessary. Not only are we able to properly shower, there is also no space for lockers for us to keep a clean set of fresh clothing to change into. This means we are getting into our personal vehicles, wearing clothing containing cancer-causing particulates and bringing it home to our families and children so we can change and shower in our own homes. We are then washing these contaminated items in our personal washing machines. Another obstacle we are faced with, even in the event that we did have the station to store our clean clothes, there is no private space for the 4 female firefighters at Station 1 to have privacy to change and clean up after a fire. In all Thorold stations, other than Station 1, the volunteer district chiefs as well as the captains have a proper designated office that they can use for a private conversation, training preparation, and record storage. At Station 1, the office used for the volunteer officers group is a small space that is also used as a testing and repair bench for our SCBAs and is directly off of the truck bay floors. In 2018, a new aerial ladder truck was purchased to replace the Telesquirt aerial that was at Station 1 and operated by the volunteer group at that station. Due to the size of a modern aerial ladder truck, the new aerial ladder had to be placed at Station 2 as it would not fit in the bays at Station 1. Station 1 district is the only district currently in the city with high-rise buildings. In the event there is a major event at a high-rise tower, Station 2 volunteers would need to bring the aerial into the downtown core. Should there be heavy traffic or even a car accident in the tunnel at the same time, this would delay the aerial's ability to arrive in a timely manner. This is putting the lives of our residents at risk, as well as decreasing the chances of some of our historical buildings along Front Street from being savable. The student lofts is also another area of concern where an aerial ladder truck would be required. In addition to the struggles that Station 1 faces as being a firefighter, we have also seen a great impact in how it has enabled our ability to help our community as a whole. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the volunteers at Station 1 had space to plan, organize, and prepare for a number of events that brought joy and much needed resources to our city. The biggest impact we have seen is the multiple food drives we usually do throughout a year to help fill the shelves at our own community care, which ensures our city's less fortunate are eating. We also run the city's annual Easter egg hunt and play a big role in assisting with the Santa Claus parade. All of these tasks require adequate space to organize. Thank you for taking the time. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Danielle. Are there any questions for Danielle? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Danielle. So what you've seen on the screen and that as far as the new fire hall is concerned, does it adequately look at all your issues that you just mentioned in your report?
100%. I've spoke with Chief Dixon in a great deal, and Chief Dixon used to be a member of the volunteer fire service, and not only does he understand what we need to do to train to be successful firefighters, but he understands the importance of the volunteers that we are part of the city. And he has 100% taken that into account with the schematics of the new fire hall.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, once again, thank you, Danielle. And we now have Ryan back, eh? Okay, so Ryan Weicker, President IAFF Local 1182, is here. And Ryan, welcome.
Unmute. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Just had a technical difficulty with my name. I didn't know how to change it, so they didn't think I was here. I'm just going to start sharing my screen, and then I'll jump right into my presentation.
Go ahead.
Where do you hit the slideshow button on this? Well, I'll just go it from this view since I don't know how to switch it. Oh, there we go, slideshow. All right. My name is Ryan Weicker. I'm the president of the Thorold Professional Firefighters Association. Thank you for allowing me to present tonight. You all have the opportunity to make the most important decision in the history of this community's fire service. By building a new headquarters, you will be prioritizing the health and safety of not only your firefighters, but the citizens that it serves. I will be giving you a virtual tour of the current headquarters located downtown. Please keep in mind, this building you see tonight is a symbol that represents not only the fire service, but the community as a whole. So this is the first impression that our citizens are seeing when they walk up to our fire station located downtown. On the right, you can see the heavily rusted awning that is over top of the man door as citizens enter for meetings or to talk to our FPO officer. As we travel around the outside of the building, again, we can just see the condition of the building and its deterioration over the years. On the right-hand side, you can see a door from the original construction in the 1960s that's wooden and rotten. It would make an easy target for anyone looking to break into the building. Above that door, you can see a window air conditioner. This is one of 6 window air conditioners in the building. Not only are they not energy efficient, in the summertime, our working conditions exceed 89 degrees Fahrenheit. As we continue our tour around the outside of the building, you can see the original level of the sidewalk, and it has now sunken down 4 to 5 inches. This will make adding on to the current structure extremely difficult, as it was built on the old canal and it's constantly shifting and moving. So we move to the rear of the building. This is the side of the building that faces Henderson's Pharmacy and the new doctor's office and apartment building. You can see the state of the building on the left, and on the right, you can start to see the structure of the building and how it is slowly pulling away from the rest of the structure. This large crack also invites rodents and other pests to enter our building, and this is the same room where we contain our spare bunker gear as well as some medical supplies. So it's a constant battle to keep that area sanitized. Again, the same room, but from the other view, and you can just see, again, the cinder block wall that's slowly crumbling. We move to the roof of the structure, and we show you our fire escape. So our secondary means of egress. Before COVID, this was not only the fire escape for firefighters, but the public that were attending functions. This wooden railing is now so rotten you can't lean against it or it will break, and the wood decking is so slippery when it rains that someone is sure to slip any time. You can see the heavy rust that's on the metal fire escape, and I don't have a picture of it, but this metal fire escape is also pulling away from the side of the building. This is not an intentional green roof. This is just from years of neglect. You can see the moss and the grass starting to grow, and if it was spring or summer, you would see 2 to 3 foot high weeds, unless our firefighters go out there and weed our roof. If you take a tour on the inside of the fire station, just about every ceiling in the building has water damage, and you can obviously see why. The slide on the left will show you the size of the fire trucks today compared to the size of the truck base that we're dealing with. When the door is open, you have less than a foot to squeeze by. The slide on the right is showing an exposed asbestos pipe on top, and underneath that you can see the black pipe is a newly replaced sewage pipe, as the last pipe that was there burst, spilling raw sewage onto the fire truck and into our work area. We regularly work on top of this truck reloading hose and other equipment that we have. So our north wall of the fire station, you can see that we're just simply bursting at the seams. We have no place to house our equipment and our other mechanical devices that we need to run our fire service. One particular area that you might want to note is the yellow cylinders. These have 6,000 PSI of air and of compressed air inside of them, and they're as well located right beside where we back fire trucks into the station. This is a particular hazard that could cause a catastrophic failure. This is what our station looks like after we have either a fire or a training scenario. I'm sure everyone is aware of the cancer-causing agents that goes onto our gear after a structure fire. Most fire stations have a separate room that they can dry and dehumidify their gear. We hang ours by ladders, rafters, or makeshift pipe poles that will hang our gear. The gear that hasn't been yet washed, we stuff into plastic bags so it won't off-gas the contaminated gear or contaminant fumes into the rest of the station. On the left, we have a picture of our fire prevention officer's office. Up top, you can see an exposed asbestos pipe. Again, before COVID, we would have contractors and developers coming into this office to conduct business with our fire prevention officer, who we are exposing to asbestos. On the right-hand side, you can see our captain's office. This is the supervisor of our fire suppression division. Their desk has an electrical panel behind it, as well as a makeshift storage above the desk. Again, just highlighting the storage struggles that we're experiencing at Station 1. On the left, we have our training records, our public education documents, and on the right, you have our lockers with storage that have been piled to the ceiling on top of them. On the left, you'll see a locker that has people's personal contents in it, and the only space left for this particular locker was to put it into a former washroom. On the right, you'll see two filing cabinets that are stored in the mechanical room and the electrical room, which are right beside extremely high voltage electrical panels. On the left, again, our storage room is just bursting to the seams. We've literally gone right to the rafters above with storage. In the middle photo and the photo on the left, this is a one-of-a-kind experience in Thorold. This is our fire chief's office. It also doubles as a spare storage area for our bunker gear, our gloves, and even our medical supplies. I can assure you that you will not see this at any other fire station. This is our IT closet. Obviously, it's beyond a dog's breakfast and surely a fire hazard in its own right. This is our boiler. It is original to the building, and we've complained numerous times that we feel this is an unsafe piece of equipment to have in our fire station. You can see on the right how the rust has eroded right through the outer core of the boiler and has exposed the inner insulation. You can see in the middle photo how there's asbestos that was just remediated on the front of it. However, up top, there's asbestos piping all throughout. This is the only sink large enough in our fire service that we can wash our masks that we use to protect ourselves in the fire. This sink is supposed to help prevent our firefighters from getting cancer and other diseases. As you can see, the state of it is just deplorable. We now use buckets that we fill in the sink with water that we then wash our masks that are supposed to keep us safe. The final point that I'll bring up is the location of the fire department. Obviously, you as council all know we have a massive growth transpiring in our southern border with Welland. For our current fire department, it's a 13-minute drive from towpath to the subdivision, and that's not including how long it takes for us to put our gear on. It's not unreasonable to say it's a 15-minute response, lights and sirens, when someone calls 911 to get to this subdivision. And we currently have 178 calls to this district in the last 12 months alone. In conclusion, after seeing the state of our current headquarters, I implore you to prioritize the funding for a new station that this community deserves. Our firefighters put their lives at risk to serve the citizens of this community. They deserve a building that will help prevent workplace cancers that are so prevalent in the fire service today. 2 of our 6 recent retirees have been diagnosed with workplace cancers, and I can assure you more will come. We need to do better to prevent this. You have the ability as a council to make the decision to progress this fire service and make a facility that we can take pride in, a place where people will want to work and volunteer to protect this community. If any of these pictures tonight were not convincing enough, please come by to have a tour and just think what the citizens must think when they come to this building. That concludes my presentation, and if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ryan. Are there any questions for Ryan? Go ahead, Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I've been through it, but I don't look specifically at those places. It's terrible. What are we doing right now? Even a building won't be done for a few years or a couple of years. Are we looking at the asbestos pipes and removing them? Or are we looking at, the dangerous things and to remove? Maybe that's to Chief Dixon more than yourself, but to either of you, are we looking to take care of the really dangerous thing, the boiler that's got a hole in it? What are we doing in the meantime, I guess?
That would definitely be a better question for the chief.
Chief Dixon.
Through you, Mayor, Councilor Sentence. We remediate every problem that comes to us at the time. So I'll talk about the boiler at first. The hole in the side, we had it assessed. Obviously, as you can see, it's been here since the building was built in 1964. It's on borrowed time. They tell us, the professionals tell us that it's the outer shell. So we got to take their word for it. It's just the outer shell. Okay, so that's where we're with the boiler point. The asbestos is going to be an ongoing problem. This building's got a fair bit of asbestos in it. We had those 2 scenarios this past year regarding the asbestos where it failed and come loose, so it had to be remediated. We are currently working with the Health and Safety Committee right now to be able to work together with the company, and Curtis, he can touch on this a bit too. They're going to come and put up signage to make staff aware of where the asbestos is, number 1. And number 2, we're going to have a training session with our officers, career and volunteer officers, to be able to teach them how to mediate a problem shall it occur. In other words, what that means, if they find asbestos that has come loose or they hit it with something or whatever, knock it down, do I touch it? Do I sweep it up? Do I just don't touch it? Do I cordon it off? All those types of questions we need to get answered so we can try to keep everybody safe here in the meantime.
Okay, thank you. Stay
I hope
safe.
that answered your question.
Yep.
I had Councillor Decker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Danielle and Ryan, for your presentation. Yes, I have had a tour of the fire station, and I realize that it is in desperate need of repair, and that you guys are in desperate need of a new fire station, which is what we're working towards. And I understand that there's no, washroom facilities, unisex for the women and the men. And I know that, and obviously I do believe we need to prioritize the fire station, the new one, to get it going. I guess a question, and it could be maybe a sensitive one, is in the meantime, until, the shovel gets in the ground and the new station gets started, do we use the fire station 2 in Thorold South to accommodate some of the needs for training and meetings in the meantime until we get this going? Or is that like something that we can do, or not sure who could answer the question, but.
Chief Dixon, go ahead.
through you, Mayor, to Councillor Decker. We do currently, right now, we try to do special scheduling of training for all stations, and not just Station 1, but we do try and make sure we're accommodating Station 1 as best we can in the outstations for as much in class as we can. It's the optimal times when we cannot accommodate. That's when we run into the issues, and there's certain things that they need to do as a group, as their own team, right, in their own station. So that's where they have to use the truck bays to be able to accommodate those situations. So we're trying our best to accommodate that through special scheduling, and that can only go on for so long. So
Yeah, no, I totally understand, and we'll do our best to get things going and prioritize, the needs of our firefighters and volunteers. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Decker. Councillor Neal, I seen your hand up, and then I have Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, through you to Terry. If they close Station 1 down, health reasons or otherwise, is there a plan?
Go ahead, Chief.
Yeah, sorry about that. I missed the mute button. Currently at this time, Councillor, through you, Mary, sorry, to Councillor Neal, currently at this time, there is no plan. It's been in the back of my mind as to what we would have to do if we currently shut down this station. We're trying our hardest to make it work, to get us to the point of having a new station so we don't have to do that. There's a lot of moving parts that would have to take place for us to utilize other spaces, I guess, as a meaning of saying this, to accommodate that, but that's why it's important that we try and move this forward.
Yeah, well, as far as I'm concerned, we'll move it forward as quick as possible, but maybe in the meantime, maybe a plan if the station does shut down on what to do with the firefighters and the equipment and all that. So maybe over the next little while, maybe from council's point of view, is that maybe a plan be looked at and brought forward at a later date that would accommodate, at least in the short term, while the new station is being built.
Thank you, Councillor Neal. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the presenters. I know obviously everybody's working hard to keep everybody safe, but obviously we need to push this through as fast as we can. But like the other councillor stated, it does take time to build. So amongst other things, I think that sink is probably the most disturbing thing I've seen in a long time. And hopefully we can, I'm sure that's not just dirt. I'm assuming that it's missing some very muchly needed, I don't know, coating or something like that. But I think that we should be making repairs like that in the meantime to keep everybody safe, because I wouldn't want to wash my socks in that sink. So I can't imagine a face mask. But thank you to everybody for all the information, and it was muchly appreciated.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank Ryan for coming to council tonight and making that presentation.
Mayor, I don't know if it's possible that I could address Councillor Kenny's comments that the question he had about a fitness room. I don't know if that's allowed to be done or not.
Well, I'll let you answer it. Go ahead.
So yeah, in regards to the fitness room, and I understand and I can appreciate you're looking at costs. In the fire service, to combat musculoskeletal injuries, which are the #1 causes of overtime, the science is sound about having firefighters work out, not only to be stronger to do the duties, but also to be more limber, so you're not pulling muscles and tearing other things. It also helps combat mental health and PTSD, which is very prevalent in the fire service. So there is science behind it. It's not just the firefighters wanting to work out for their own pleasure. So I just wanted to address that, and thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Okay, so we're going to go to FES 2021-07, new fire station headquarters and emergency operations center. I have a mover, Councillor Wilson, seconder, Councillor Kenny, that council consider the referral of the fire station headquarters and emergency operations center in the 2022 capital budget deliberations. Does anyone want to speak to that? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I want to again thank all the presenters and thank you, Chief Dixon, as well. Okay, consent reports. I have a mover, Councillor Deckers.
Can I make a point of order here?
Yeah, go
Just
ahead.
a question. I agreed to go past 10 o'clock, but looking at the agenda, we got, with the closed meeting, probably an hour and a half left. I didn't agree to go to midnight, though.
Well,
So-
we'll revisit it at 11, Councillor.
11?
We'll revisit it before 11.
Do you want clerk to comment on it? Joanne Hyde, if you want to comment.
Oh, sure. The procedural bylaw allows for council to move past 10 with 2/3 vote, but not past 11 o'clock. So if council wishes, you'd have to determine whether or not you want to continue with the meeting this evening or schedule for a special council meeting, as there are some items that probably need to be discussed prior to the next council meeting on the 21st.
Well, let's see how far we get, and if we have items then we'll have to schedule something, for sure. By all means, we got to get business done. Consent reports. Mover, Councillor Decker, second, go ahead, Councillor Longo. Did you want to comment before I bring consent reports forward?
Sorry, I want to move one from consent. but go
Yeah,
ahead.
well, I'll be asking, don't worry. I got a mover, Councillor Decker, and seconded, Councillor Longo, that council approve items 15A to 15E as presented. Who wants to lift a report or reports? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move lift A and B, please.
Yep. Okay, is there anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
And E.
Okay. So I had a mover, Councillor Decker, seconder, Councillor Longo. And we're gonna move 15C and 15D. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so we're gonna start at 15A. And I'll turn that over to our, what? Is she here? 15A, CAO 2021, approval of a community relations specialty position, and Ashley's here. Go ahead, Ashley.
So council recommendations that council direct staff to proceed with the recruitment of a community relations specialist.
Okay, and now we'll open the floor, and Councillor Longo, you have, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'd like to say I hope we don't have to rush through these. I agree with.
No,
Council-
whatever we want to talk, we talk, no problem.
Yeah, okay, that's why I don't want to feel like I'm trying to extend the meeting by all means. My feeling is we should refer this to our budget meetings, which are going to be 3 weeks away or 4 weeks away. This is a full-time position, and we've got a lot of decisions to come up with. And I know we've saved some money here, but I don't think we should rush into this position. It may be the right one, but I believe we should refer this to our budget meetings.
Okay, so you want to refer it to budget? Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kenny? I got a mover, Councillor Longo, and a seconder, Councillor Kenny, to refer this report or approval for community relations specialist position to budget 2022. And I'll open the floor for discussion.
I thought you can't discuss a referral. It
You're
just
right,
refer-
you're right, Councillor, my mistake. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. It's referred to budget. Okay. CAO 2021-09 endorsement of Char Technologies, and I'll turn this over to, is Marco here? I'll turn this over to our Manager of Economic Development, Marco Marino. Marco, you're up.
Everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there was a report, that a motion that council had made to refer to the region for their staff to review and come back to our municipality with regards to their recommendation as to whether or not we would support Char Technologies with their request for a letter of support as they would be reviewing as they would be going ahead with provincial and federal government applications for their application for their investment. To that end, it had gone through two committees of regional council, of which they have gone ahead and obviously endorsed without any financial implications. And they are coming back now to our municipality in hopes that we would follow along suit with regards to that recommendation.
Thank you, Marco. And I'll just expand on that because I sat in on all the meetings at the region. It went to Waste Management first. From Waste Management, it went to Public Works, where it was endorsed in both of those areas. And then it went to the main council meeting and was endorsed there. So it went actually through two committees and then full council. So anyways, Councillor Longo, go ahead. You must.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to bring it up because, again, this just showed up on the council agenda. So I didn't really have much time to do homework on it. And my concern is, the people of Thorold South. I'm not sure if anybody out there knows about this project, and I don't know if there's a concern. And maybe there isn't. Maybe I'm overthinking it, but you were there before with me, Mr. Mayor, and you saw the pushback we had once on a somewhat similar application. So sounds to me like they want to get going because they want to put some funding opportunities in place, but it just has me a little concerned because the people in the neighborhood are unaware of this. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak on that.
Well, I'll let go of Councillor Sentence once, and then Councillor Neal.
Yeah, they've actually come to our mill. I've asked them at council, and I lived in Thorold South, the vanilla smell for every day of your life. Sulfite sales, there was dangerous parts, so that was the first thing I asked them, what are your emissions? And they have 0 emissions from what they're telling me, and I imagine they would have to pass every ministry standard. They would, like, it's not 1960 when you can just come put anything in. They have told me that they are a 0 emissions, no smell technology. So that's what I'm told, and I don't think you can fool the ministry with anything else nowadays. So that's what I've heard from them. Thank you.
Go ahead, Marco.
Yes, if I could just comment as well on that, just due to the fact that council had requested at its last meeting as well to contact the City of London where they currently have operations. So staff did contact City of London, and officials did respond indicating that they have had no issues with Char specifically. They've actually entered into a partnership also with Waterloo University on an innovation concept. And again, that's been a great experience for them. On top of that, they did indicate that they could only comment to a certain extent from the municipal standpoint, because technically they would be overseen by MECP, so the Ministry of Environment and what have you, with regards to any conditions that they would put forward with regards to noise or odor or volatility or anything of that nature. So at the end of the day, MECP oversees those types of issues, but the municipality indicated that to date they had no negative experiences at this point.
Okay. Who else had their hand up? Councillor Neal.
It was in that regard, the second motion that we put forward was to get information from the City of London, and you just stated it. And so I don't have no problem with the actual program and project, so.
Okay, is there anyone else? Okay. So we have a mover, Councillor Decker, seconder, Councillor Longo, that the proposal from Char Technologies respecting their Thorold Biomass Pyrolysis Project, biomass to renewable natural gas and biocarbon be supported in principle, and that the City of Thorold has no obligation for funding related to this project. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, we had 15E, CC 2021-78, amendments to terms of reference for the Darlene Ryan Port Robinson Community Center and Ellenburg Community Center Board of Managements. And Councillor Neil, you asked to pull that. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick thing, because it's a board of management. It's a board and not a committee. And we went through talking about a certain board for quite a while over the last little while, and the rules, regulations, and everything to go along with it. So I just hope that when we go out and put people in place on those boards, that they are given a course in what their responsibilities and liabilities are regarding those two particular boards.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Okay. And so I had a mover, Councillor Decker, seconder, Councillor Longo, that council approve the amended terms of references for the following boards of management: Darlene Ryan Port Robinson Community Center and Ellenburg Community Center. And all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the clerk will take due notice on your comments, Councillor Neal. Okay, we're going to move into discussion reports. DF 2021-46, Municipal Capital Facility, Canada Games Park, and I'll turn this over to our Director of Finance, Maria Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendations that Council receive for information purposes report DF 2021-46, encompassing the requirement to designate the non-leased public portions of the Canada Games Park facility as a municipal capital facility in accordance with the agreed upon terms of the consortium and co-tenancy agreement. Secondly, that the resolution contained herein be endorsed. And lastly, that council consider the bylaw required for approval. Our solicitor, Mr. Tom Richardson, is with us this evening to provide a brief overview and to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Director of Finance Maria Morrow, and I'll turn over to Legal Counsel Tom Richardson. Thank you for coming tonight, Tom, and I'll let you speak, and then I'll open the floor for questions.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you for having me this evening. As you just heard, you have before you report DF 2021-46, recommending the resolution and the passage of a bylaw designating a large part of the Canada Games Park as a municipal capital facility. As the primary author of the resolution and the bylaw, I would like to provide to council some background and some observations. As you are aware, the City of Thorold, along with the City of St. Catharines, the Region of Niagara, and Brock University entered into a consortium and co-tenancy agreement dated May the 19th, 2021. The consortium agreement, as you know, is the agreement which permitted the parties to make the Canada Games Park a reality. Article 14 of the consortium agreement provides that, and I'm quoting now, the parties agree that the legacy lands are for public use for recreational purposes and as such are an eligible municipal capital facility as defined in section 110 of the Municipal Act and Ontario Regulation 603/06 as amended. Article 14 also provides that that Thorold agrees that it shall take the necessary steps pursuant to the Municipal Act to request its municipal council to pass a bylaw to designate the legacy lands a municipal capital facility, to exempt the legacy lands from property taxation for municipal or school purposes, and shall provide notice to the other parties when it is done. The requirements of Section 110 of the Municipal Act have been met, permitting the designation of the Canada Games Park as a municipal capital facility. Finally, and thanks to the foresight of the city staff who were involved in the negotiation of the consortium agreement along with the mayor, Article 14 also provides, and again I'm quoting, "Nothing in this provision will be interpreted or construed to compel Thorold to exempt any commercial tenants on the property from taxation for municipal and school purposes," end of quotes. The resolution and the bylaw, Mr. Mayor, which are attached to the report before you this evening, propose to designate the entire facility as a municipal capital facility, except for those areas set out on Schedule C, which have been identified as being available for commercial tenants. That is approximately 20,000 square feet of floor space. Now, in case we have missed some floor space that is later determined by the facility operator to be available for a commercial tenant, Schedule C contains as its fourth entry, quote, "any space within the facility that is leased commercially by the facility's operator," end of quotes. Now, by way of comparison, the Meridian Center in St. Catharines, which is also declared to be a municipal capital facility, has only 700 square feet of commercial space, which is excluded from the designation of a municipal capital facility. As I noted at the start of my submissions to you, the intent of designating a municipal capital facility is to exempt the facility, except for the areas that defined in Schedule C, from municipal taxes, both local and regional, as well as educational taxes. Now, as council is aware, city-owned properties are exempt from taxation. For example, the city's two current arenas are exempt from taxation by virtue of their being owned by the city. Facilities owned by each of the parties to the consortium agreement, that is the city of Thorold, the city of St. Catharines, the region of Niagara, and Brock University, are all exempt from taxation. It is because the facility is to be operated by an independent operator, I believe, that MPAC is indicating the facility will attract municipal taxes. The designation of a municipal capital facility will put it in the same category tax-wise as any other recreational facility owned by the city of Thorold or by any of the other municipalities, or indeed by Brock. Mr. Mayor and Council, you may be aware that this is not the first experience of the city of Thorold with respect to a municipal capital facility. Previously, the city has designated both the senior center next to the former city hall as a municipal capital facility, as well as the Welcome Center at Block 7. In both cases, the intent was to protect from taxation a facility owned by the city but being operated by a non-municipal group, which was providing a service for the municipality. That fits the case in this instance as well. It is my recommendation to you, along with senior staff, that council pass the resolution presented in the report before you this evening, and the bylaw, both of which are attached to the staff report. The bylaw, I note, is on your agenda for passage later this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions that members of council may have.
And I will open the floor up for questions. Are there any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Finance, for the report, and Mr. Richardson. I just do have a quick question, though. I understand what we're doing. I understand what we have to do. I just want to make sure that when these leases are negotiated for the commercial tenants, the pro forma mentioned that the charge would be in the range of $25 a square foot. Mr. Richardson, do you know if the taxes owing will be above and beyond that? Because that's what I read in the pro forma. So not only would we be charging $25 per square foot, we'd be charging, in addition, the property taxes owed.
I can't answer that, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Longo. That'll be a determination made by the facilities operator with the supervision of the oversight committee created under the consortium agreement.
Okay, well, I'll just make a comment, Mr. Mayor. I believe we need to make sure when these contracts are negotiated, that the taxes are above and beyond the pro forma numbers, because if not, then we've just taxed ourselves. So hopefully somebody can bring that up when these agreements are brought forward.
Yeah, and our Director of Finance, do you want to comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as indicated by Mr. Richardson, I think that is something that that will be negotiated as we go through. Certainly, my understanding is similar to yours, Councillor Longo, is that the independent operator would be responsible for including the property taxation in these leases, so that the actual tenant is paying the property taxes as opposed to the consortium partners paying it. But again, that's not definitive, but that's certainly our goal as well.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to understand, you do understand what I'm saying?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, I do. If it's in the lease.
Maria understands it 100%, Councillor Longo.
Yeah.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Well, let me go back here because I want to make sure that was read out by our Director of Finance. So I have a mover, Councillor Neal, and a seconder, Councillor Sentence. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And I want to thank our Director of Finance, Maria Morrow, and our legal counsel, Tom Richardson, for being here and clarifying and answering questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good night.
PWCS 2021-102 Bolton Crompton Boulevard design scope change, and I'll turn it over to our Director of Public Works and Community Services, Jeff Holman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is one, that a budget adjustment in the amount of $58,000, HST excluded, for the revisions to the scope of the Bolton Avenue Crompton Boulevard project be approved and funded from the Transportation Asset Replacement Reserve. And two, that the Bolton Avenue and Crompton Avenue Boulevard reconstruction project be deferred to 2025 in the capital budget forecast.
Okay. Are there any questions relating to that? Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's going to relate to all three, 21 and 103 and 104 also. And that's in 2025, which is almost 4 years from now. Are we sure that there's not going to be any more changes? Are we going to finish these designs and they won't change?
Director?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Neal is correct. The design will be finished. We'll have those projects on the shelf, shovel ready. If we can advance them because we can get access to infrastructure money, we'd like to have them shovel ready. But once they're designed and done, provided nothing else changes out there, I would expect that we would be able to just put them out for tender and ready to go.
I hope so.
Okay. Any further questions? I had a mover, Councillor Kenny, and a seconder, Councillor DeRose, regarding that. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. I've got PWCS 2021-103. Go ahead again, Director of Public Works and Community Services, Jeff Holman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The recommendations that a budget adjustment in the amount of $30,000, HST excluded, for the revisions to the scope of the Cunningham Street Infrastructure Improvement Project be approved and funded from the sanitary sewer replacement reserve. And 2, that the Cunningham Street Infrastructure Improvement Project be deferred to 2025 in the capital budget forecast.
Any questions? Seeing none, I had a mover, Councillor Longo, and a seconder, Councillor Wilson. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. PWCS 2021-104, McCormick Drive. Again, turn it over to Jeff.
Similarly, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation is that a budget adjustment in the amount of $15,000 HST excluded for the revisions in the scope of the McCormick Drive Road Reconstruction Project be approved and funded from the Transportation Asset Replacement Reserve. And 2, that McCormick Drive Road Reconstruction Project be deferred to 2025 in the capital budget forecast.
And I have a mover, Councillor Sentence, and a seconder, Councillor Decker. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. PWCS 2021-106, Community Outdoor Ice Rink Pilot Program. The mover, Councillor DeRose, and a seconder, Councillor Neal, and I'll turn it over to Jeff Holman.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation is that council approve the Community Outdoor Rink Pilot Program as outlined in this report. And secondly, that council approve $5,000 from the Municipal Land Building Reserve Fund for supplies and utility expenses to outfit the community outdoor ice rink.
Questions? Go ahead, Councillor DeRose.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm a little concerned about the estimation of staff costs to operate this venue. I think it's going to be much higher, in my opinion. The weather's been unreliable, and my biggest concern is the liability issue. And I don't know if we've looked at that, but I tell you, I would support the $5,000 projected to subsidize ice time to have free skating on certain days at the arena. Just like we did when I was a kid. Every Tuesday after school, there was free skating at 3:30. We skated for free throughout the winter. My biggest concern and why I'm not supportive of this idea is the liability concern. How are we going to address that? Or is someone going to be there to monitor kids wearing helmets? Is someone going to be there to monitor safety? I don't know. So I have a lot of unanswered questions that make me leery of doing this.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to comment on that, Jeff?
Yeah, so we've sent the information off to our insurance company, Mr. Mayor, and they've indicated that as long as we have adequate signage up there that sets the rules, that we can protect ourselves. We will not be able to protect ourselves from every single claim. I don't imagine, but the idea here is to provide an opportunity for people who don't want to take their children to a hockey arena and go through all the COVID protocol that's currently in place, to have a more informal type of arrangement where they can come and skate for any period of time at no real cost to them.
Is that Councillor DeRose? Any further questions?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, because I looked at this and there is a lot that I didn't see in the report that maybe should be. So I have a cousin who runs the rink for Port Sydney up near the snow belt, and has been running it for about 25 years. And he gave me a whole range of things that should be and need to be done. One of them is what the councillor just mentioned, is you have to have a monitor at the rink at all times. You just can't have people just going in there and going for a skate without having a staff person there. That's the first thing. The second thing is I didn't notice anything about the types of equipment and how often you have to put staff there in order to keep the rink going, because according to my cousin who runs this outdoor rink, is that you have to have people there all the time in order to do the rink quite often, because the snow flies, the wind flies, the rain flies. We're in the the tropics of Canada. And we have a lot of different types of weather. And according to the weather forecaster, this year is going to be a lot of snow, a lot of rain, and that for this type of ice surface. I will vote for it. I wanted that to happen because there are 6,000 to 8,000 new people that are living out in that site, and they need something like this. And having someone come forward and saying, I'll pay for the majority of it is a great thing. So let's make sure we do it. But there's a lot of pieces of equipment, and where are you going to store the equipment? You're going to have someone come up from all the way down at our arena, take it out there and go out and do their thing, and then take it all the way back. You need a heated place in order to store some of the equipment that is there. And I don't see anything that says heated space. The other thing, maybe more long-term, that I would like to see happen is what they've done in a majority of places is putting just a roof covering over to stop the snow and the rain and the ice from destroying the ice surface, so you don't have to keep maintaining it. And maybe in the longer term, because what they do is they have a year-round facility then. They can have a market or can have other types of events happen year-round underneath that particular edifice. So I think I would like to see this happen now, but I think the costs are not in there that should be. I think what you've estimated is on the low side, and I think that we need more of an accounting of the types of costs that need to go into that particular arena.
Thank you. Councillor Sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It won't take long. I know we're running out of time, but this is a pilot project, I believe. And other cities have done it. St. Catharines has done it. So I think from a cost point of view and what they're doing, maybe it's just a phone call. Maybe you guys already have, Jeff. It's about supplying something for the community that isn't an arena. It's outside. I grew up with the outdoor rink in Thorold South. It was packed all the time, and it was a real community event. So I see this as a great thing that won't cost that much. St. Catharines has tried it. Maybe we can contact them to find out the ins and outs of it. But I think this is done right. We have the insurance that people will really enjoy this. Thank you.
Thank you. Curtis, did you want to comment? No? Okay. I know this is being done across Niagara in a lot of municipalities. It's a pilot project, I think that there's nothing over there. I think it's a good thing, but that's me speaking. I'll let Councillor Kenny.
Yeah, I'm fully supportive of it. It's like you just said, it's a pilot project. Hopefully everything goes well and we can get another one possibly at Monsignor Clancy School or CE Gross Park or McMillan Park next summer. We can get a couple of them. Outdoor skating, especially in this COVID where people don't have to go to an arena. We've lost the old beaver dams and different ponds where we used to skate on because hydro doesn't want us there. So a lot of the kids need places to skate. And this is a great opportunity. And like I say, hopefully maybe it spreads to 2 or 3 places next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Jeff, did you want to speak anymore on that? No? Councillor Longo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to understand, are we going to cap our cost at $5,000? Is that the plan? Because Councillor Neal mentioned all the additional costs and overruns, and I thought he didn't want to support it, but now he does. But are we gonna cap this?
Jeff?
Well, maybe Curtis can jump in, but my thought is, yeah, that's our best guess at the moment, Mr. Mayor, that we think we'll be able to, that it will cost the municipality. We'll be inspecting the site on a regular basis. If we have to close it down, we will. But there's too many variables, like what is the uptake, what is the weather, to really, to make a real calculated guess. I appreciate that as the popularity expands, we may want to be out there more frequently to make sure the condition of the ice is good. And we will, but we can provide an update to council along the way. We don't have to wait till the end.
Okay, and did I read in here that there's gonna be nets and so on put out there?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So we do have a couple of older hockey nets that we're planning to put out there.
Now, do they need to be secured, or do you think it's relatively safe to leave them out?
They're, through you, Mr. Mayor, they're fairly heavy weight nets. They're actual steel frame nets. They're not the type you'd buy at Walmart. So they're 100 pounds each. They're not going to go far.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Councillor Kenny.
That's the whole thing about it, what was mentioned earlier, Jeff. It's a pilot project, so maybe we do it once this year, we get a total cost, and then next year it comes back to council, and maybe we do it, like I said, 2 or 3 times. But whether it's 5,000 or 6,000 or whatever it is, I'd like to go for it and come back, keep us updated on the cost, but at the end of the year, find out what it costs, and then maybe look at expanding it next year. Thank you.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Councillor DeRoe.
Yeah, big concern. I didn't see the part about the nets, and my concern is there have been kids killed with gym equipment of that nature where they had metal posts. Kid in Toronto hanging on a soccer goal inside the gym fell and hit his head. Well, the thing landed on his head. So I'm going to be against this. I don't trust someone getting not badly hurt. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else? Seeing none, I got well, Councillor DeRose, you don't want to move this then. I got Councillor Kenny and seconder Councillor Neal. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, before we go any further, we got to do the bylaws, right? Unless council wants to go later and finish the agenda other than closed session? No? Okay, then let's pass the bylaws that we need to pass and we'll call it a day. Can I get help with the clerk to what bylaws I need to pass or what ones that aren't reports?
Sure. We'll need 124. 129, 130, 131, and 132.
Okay, so let me go over this again with the clerk before we pass them. Bylaw 124, bylaw 129, bylaw 130, bylaw 131, and bylaw 132. Am I correct?
That's right.
And then we have to do the confirming bylaw, right? Okay. Okay, so first reading of the bylaws. I have a mover, Councillor Neal, seconder, Councillor Decker, that leave be given to introduce the following bylaws. Bylaw 124-2021, bylaw 129-2021, bylaw 130-2021, bylaw 131-2021, and bylaw 132-2021. And that the same now be read a first time. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Final reading of the bylaws. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Decker, that the bylaws just read a first time be read a second and third time and do pass, and that the mayor and clerk do sign and seal the same. Any rule of this council to the contrary notwithstanding. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
Mr. Mayor, you skipped notice of motion. Can we
Okay.
do that?
Yeah, we can do that. Just let me go back to notice of motion. Did you have a notice of motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that, do I have to say what it is? Yes, to ask staff to evaluate the agendas going forward. That this was a very heavy agenda. We had no chance of it completing. So if they could evaluate, I don't know if the public meetings need to be separate or something, but.
Well, I don't think you need a motion. That's just a direction to the clerk. Is that fine?
Through the
Sure.
mayor, yeah.
Okay, we just give staff
Yeah,
direction.
I don't think it's fair to staff or to council to have decisions like this being made at 11 o'clock at night.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeRose.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we going to get to those, I wanted to discuss the last couple of discussion reports, so that'll come up next meeting, or?
Well, either, I'm gonna leave it with the
Just want to
clerk.
make sure the bylaws we passed didn't have anything. to do
No,
with-
they didn't. That's why I had the clerk tell me what bylaws they were. And the reports that weren't done, we'll either be calling a special meeting, or if the clerk will look and see what the load is, and will be directed as such by the clerk's department, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, and the confirming bylaw, do we need to do that?
Yes.
Okay, first, confirming bylaw, mover Councillor Longo, second Councillor Rose, that leave be given to introduce the following bylaw and the same now be read a first time. That's bylaw 117, 2021, a bylaw to confirm, adopt, and ratify matters dealt with by council resolution. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Final reading of the bylaw. That the mover, Councillor Longo, seconder, Councillor DeRose, that the bylaw just read a first time, be read a second and third time, and do pass, and that the mayor and clerk do sign and seal the same. Any rule of this council to the contrary notwithstanding. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Adjournment, moved by Councillor Sentence, seconded by Councillor Neal, that council adjourn the meeting at 11:05 p.m. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So just to let you know, we'll wait for direction from the clerk's department, and will be a decision whether we're going to have a special meeting to finish the agenda, or it'll be attached to the next meeting. We'll wait for direction through the clerk's department. Okay, thank you, everyone. I know it was a heavy agenda. We had good discussions, and I want to thank everybody for their time and patience and efforts tonight. Thank you.